Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody has had a great day and a great rest of your weekend. Happy Monday. We are back, and we are absolutely going to be doing the rest, at least I hope it's the rest, of Silent Hill F, and we are going to find out. How's the camera look? Does it look any better? I finally got the light in. I know there's a little bit, like, on the sides and whatnot, but... Actually, you know what? I might be able to change that. Give me a second. It's a slight bit better. Not perfect, but I'll take it. So, yeah, we're going to be doing more Silent Hill F. Hopefully, I mean, supposedly we're going to get to the end. I think it was said we got somewhere between like 4 and 5 hours left, something like that. So we're about to find out. Also, there is some really good stuff coming after this. I found one game, by the way, and it's fucking crazy. It's absolutely fucking crazy. But if I'm being honest, it looks like a lot of fun. True, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? Okay. You're doing shit? Uh-oh, why? Hey, Aylin. How's it going? Ooh, I am really fucking see-through. Hang on a second. Holy shit. Hang on. 1 minute. I am really see-through. Give me a second here. I didn't realize that. Let me fix a thing really quick. Jesus. Okay. All right. Good. Okay. And then I can do... Well... It's like this is a balancing act, in all honesty. But it always is with this sort of shit. Color spill, maybe? No. Well... Yeah... I guess? Now I look like I'm in black and white. Like, Jesus, give me a little bit of color. Holy fuck. No, almost. Okay. Okay, let me see. Let me see. Yeah, that's kind of crap. You're in a situation you don't know what to do about? Uh-oh. Well, that doesn't sound good. Okay, green screen. Yeah, we're good there. Okay, I'm just testing a thing out. Hang on. Now I fucked it all up. Yay. No, I want to keep that. Okay. Well, that's not terrible. I mean, it's kind of better-ish. Hang on. No, it's not kind of better-ish. Motherfucker. Hang on. Do it on a darker spot. Be easier to figure it out. Okay. If I do that too much, I'm kind of fucked. I don't want to make it too similar. I don't want it to be black and white. So... yeah, we'll go to defaults. That's fine. I've been fucking with this for over an hour, by the way. Talking to someone for a few months, and then last week they apparently started talking to somebody else because they weren't sure I wanted them. Yeah, talked to them and called every day, and now I confronted them about it, and we stopped talking, and now they're trying to reconcile with me, and I just don't know how to feel about it. Really did like them, but apparently I didn't show that enough for them to just go and do that with someone else, which makes me think they didn't feel it. They didn't feel that way about me to begin with. I mean, here's the issue, right? The issue is that, unfortunately, dating really sucks. If I'm being honest. Dating is fucking horrible in 2025. It just is. There's nothing fun about it. There's nothing good about it, by the way. It's all shit. In all seriousness. It really is all shit. And that sucks, but it's the truth. Do I have to bring... fuck. What's it called? I might have to bring this up. Hang on. There. So we got that. We got it centered. Okay. But now I look like a fucking tomato. But the good news... okay, that's not terrible. The Gen Z told me yesterday dating is absolutely dire. Now, oh, it's awful. It's fucking awful. There's nothing fun about it. It's not like it used to be. It really isn't, sadly. Sorry, I'm just trying to fix my shit here. I mean, it's not horrible. Still a little bit of a work in progress, but I finally got the new light, which is fantastic. It's just trying to figure out everything with the lighting now that's kind of a pain in the balls. Also, Sober, it's good to see you, buddy. Yeah, I mean, true, here's the reality. The reality is that right now, dating fucking sucks. It just does. Unless you, like, and I really, really hate to put it, I really hate to say this, but unless you actually meet somebody in person, right, whether it be at a bar or a club or, you know, a social gathering with friends or something along those lines, right, it's fucking terrible. It's just awful. There's nothing fun about it. There's nothing real about it. And a lot of the time people flake out, especially when it's an online thing, because they have that anonymity and they have the power to just sit there and say no. Now, there is something to be said about people feeling empowered and not getting into situations that they don't feel comfortable in. But at the same time, dating is subjective to everybody, right? If you're just kind of seeing each other, then that can be taken multiple ways, such as, well, if you're only kind of seeing each other, then you can kind of see other people too, and the same goes for them. Or it very well could be that if you're kind of seeing someone, or they are kind of seeing someone, that they are exclusively kind of seeing that, right? You know what I mean? So the problem becomes, even if you like somebody, you still have to be 100% on where people's values lie. Discord came in like a wrecking ball initially. I haven't perfected my openers yet. They're always too fucking fun. No, you're fine. You're totally fine. Don't worry about it, sober. But yeah, that's unfortunately the harsh reality, right? It is the harsh reality. And it is a mess and it sucks, and I'm sorry that it's happening to you, but yeah, that's why I stopped doing online dating. I did online dating for a while. I tried anyway. Let me put it that way. Literally every single relationship that I did through like a dating site or, you know, like an app or something like that, yeah, it's always ended in fucking disaster. Always. And usually it'll be like, oh, you know, this girl and I, you know, we get to talking and, you know, we start to get really, really close, and then all of a sudden the time comes where it's supposed to be, you know, hey, we go and we hang out and everything, and now she can't make it. Right? Now she can't make it for one reason or another. Or all of a sudden she'll just drop off the face of the planet. Or, like you, she'll sit there and be like, yeah, well, you know, I found somebody else. And it's like, all right, well, fuck this. You know what I mean? Like, it sucks. It really sucks. It's not fun. I get it. I feel ya. I really do, and I hate that you have to go through it, buddy. I really, it's never good. It isn't. And especially with the way that things work today, it makes it even worse, because it's like, well, what the fuck are you supposed to do? You know? So I get it, man. I totally get it. I mean, I'm gonna throw this out there, and I'm gonna be 100% with you. Actually, I'm gonna, as other people say, I'm gonna, you know, be $150, right? I don't date at all. I do not date here in Florida, and I don't date here in Florida for a couple of reasons. One, everybody here is fucking crazy. Two, even if they weren't crazy, with everything that's happened over the last few years, I don't trust anybody enough to put myself out there in Florida. I just don't. Right? I couldn't give a fuck about any single one of them. I don't care about them. I don't care about their lives. I don't care about their troubles. I don't care about their finances. I don't care who they are as a person. Any of them. Because everybody here is absolutely batshit fucking insane. So I just don't date. That's literally what it's come to for me. It's sad, but it's the truth. Florida is the Florida of the U.S. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they are. They're just awful. Like, there's nothing fun about it. There's nothing interesting about people here. I see some notches. Does something go in them? Oh, boy. What? How many? 1, 2, 3, 4... 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, God. Okay, what do they want me to do here? Investigate the area. Oh, good. The blackbird wishes to take the white bird. The white bird wishes to resist. The fox brings along his followers in triumph. He notices not the two birds in conflict. Okay. Prove your intent with the crests 3. Show it lies deep within your heart. Let the line of foxes guide you. Offer the crests and lay bare your soul. I'll be honest, Sober. The puzzles in this aren't terrible. They seem more complicated than they actually are. Normally it's run around, try not to get your ass kicked a lot, finally make it to thing, grab thing, come back, put it in other thing. Like, these aren't terrible at all. Or even if it's like an actual puzzle, it's usually like pretty easy to figure out. And I'm on the hardest difficulty for puzzles. February 13th, dawn. Mr. Hidetoshi and his wife have passed away one after another. At the time of death, the skin all over their bodies was covered in sores and had begun sloughing off. The smell was indescribably awful. I could not bear to take a closer look. The head of the house did not give permission to perform autopsies on the bodies. There will be no funeral, and they will be sent to be cremated immediately. February 14th, midnight. The eldest son has passed away. Again, there will be no funeral, and the body will be sent away for cremation. The eldest and second-born daughters are also experiencing symptoms that are worsening by the hour. I believe they will be in critical condition by tomorrow at the latest. Well, the sort of people who sees a round hole, finds a round peg, and tries to shove it up my ass. Logic is not my strong suit. Hey, you know what? Totally fair. It happens to the best of us. Purify once and for all. Leave the filth of your world behind. Well, that doesn't sound promising. Divine water. Definitely kind of need that one. I guess I just keep going right for now. God damn it. Okay, here we go. Time to fuck this thing up. Come on. Feel like there's something else here. Why do I feel like there's something else here? I mean, I got the beast arm, so I ain't fucking worried about it, but still. Come on. Nice. There's one. There's two. There's three. Got all of them. It's just a fucking mess. I just don't know what to trust anymore out of their mouth. I mean, unfortunately, that's something that you're gonna have to try and figure out. As much as I hate to put it that way, it's true. Trust is hard. It's very, very hard these days. I agree. Like, honestly, I wouldn't beat yourself up about it. I really wouldn't. It's not you. Like, if you're comfortable with who you are and how you feel for others, then it's not you. It's them. And I know that sounds very cliche and like a cop-out, but it's the truth. And doubting yourself isn't going to do you or anybody else any good. I thought I was a pro gooner. Your right arm might surpass me. Yeah, don't self-incriminate too much. That second guessing will consume... Yeah, don't beat yourself up. Black Sparrow Crest. Okay. Heed revelations and find the crests. Okay. So I found 1 out of 3. Shortly after I became their maid, there was talk of an arranged marriage for their young heir to a noble woman. This led to their heir unceremoniously ending all his scandalous relationships with women, including one with a young housemaid named Sachi. Sachi came from a family of poor farmers, but her beauty shone brighter than the sun, something that had caught the young heir's eye. By the time his marriage was being arranged, she already had a life growing inside her, and the two had made vows to run away and start a new life together. And yet, the young heir cruelly and wantonly cast her aside. Likely, he simply did not want his prospective marriage to be ruined. So the Tsunekis kicked Sachi out and drove her to some far-off place where they could forget her existence, despite the peace of the family she carried with her. People say that she was fighting back tears so hard that blood began to trickle from her eyes. Nine times out of 10, the answer is people are people, which means messy, complicated, and confusing. Absolutely. Seriously, don't kick the hell out of yourself. And here's the more important thing. If for whatever reason you don't feel you can trust them, don't try. Just be you. Seriously. Okay, which one did I get? The Black Sparrow Crest. Black Sparrow Crest? What the fuck? Well, how the fuck hell am I supposed to know? Sure. More emblems. Yeah. Yeah, there's more emblems. Oh, what are you? Been in once and for all, familial ties must be severed. The game does look really, really nice. I'm very surprised, and I had a long talk on Saturday with both Vag and Dawn and Itzy and Aylin and Sophia. The general consensus is you just gotta finish it, but there's so much going on in this fucking game, it's not even funny. You know, in a I am imminently going to have my soul schlorped out of my anus sort of nice, but nice. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. Damn it. Wait. Inari sushi, yeah. Type of author. Fuck me. Okay. Soothing in the way that Trenton, New Jersey is soothing when you're walking under a crackhead-infested underpass at 3 a.m. Yep. What's going on, Corgi? So, I think I came in this way. Okay. I didn't like that. Oh, I don't like that sound. I don't know if I'm compulsively reading Janet Ivanovich crime comedies, which are all set in Trenton. I mean, that's fair. Gotcha. I fucking knew it. That's fine. I'll take that. Ow. There. Nice. Things seem to have forgotten to bring their faces. Happens to us all. This is true. Well, there's got to be something in here, right? I can't... I just walked through this whole damn thing, so there's got to be something. Started at 3 a.m., flight left at 6, so I had to be at the airport by 4. Ouch. There's got to be something here, right? There's got to be. If you are where I think you are, there's nothing in this room. It's a fail state room, meaning you got the wrong puzzle. And I got the wrong puzzle? Well, that's not good. This isn't the right way, is it? Oh boy. I got the wrong puzzle. Fuck. Time to go. Oh, you bitch. Oops. Sealed with a talisman, right? So... Shit. Yeah, I can kill him. He's just a giant bastard. There we go. Now I can take this. White Sparrow Crest. Okay. So that's 2. Looks like my sink when I forget to wash up for a week. I don't know if there's any, like, accurate translation as to what that is. More emblems. What do they mean, more emblems? This is new. My room after a good night. Oh, God. I'm not... Oh, okay. There we go. Okay, I'm assuming it's pointing me in the direction I'm supposed to go. I hear slurping. Oh, it's another boob pile. Lovely. Here. First aid. Oof. I'm getting fucking glorped here. There we go. How did she warp through the boob pile? Jesus. There. Now, to go fuck this thing up. Jesus.
Junko-san.
お取り込み中ごめんなさい。ひなことほんの少しだけ話がしたいのだけれど、よろしいかしら。
では。
お姉ちゃん。
殺せた？しっかりと。
うん。
しっかりね。 今日だけはお姉ちゃんとあなたの二人だけの秘密にしてあげる。でも今日を超えてまだ生き残っていることがあるのなら、お姉ちゃんが彼のためにもあなたを殺すからね。
もう少し外していた方がいいかな。
いいえ、お時間をありがとうございます。それではこれにて。
姉妹で語り合えたかね。
はい。
それでは行こうか。
Okay, Fox Mask Crest.
あなた様のお印ですね。
Oh, leave the room. But they don't make it easy. That's... Got it. Okay, that doesn't have a thing on it. Oh, there we go. Is there anything I can pick up? No. I don't think so, anyway. Japanese games and masks? Because it's a spiritual thing. Solve the mural puzzle. Okay, here we go. The blackbird wishes to take the white bird. The white bird wishes to resist. The fox brings along his followers in triumph. He notices not the two birds in conflict. Brings along his followers in triumph. Okay, so I'm assuming... Here. Wait, did I... There. Now we have the Black Sparrow, but where... Where the hell do those go? Because this is... He's bringing this in triumph, which is fine, because it's on the little pedestal. So I get that. And he notices not the two that are fighting. He's holding a lantern. That's a lantern on the ground. There's nothing up top. No, I don't want that one. Take this. Remove. There we go. And then here. White Sparrow. And then... Huh. Hang on, what does this one say again? Show what lies deep within your heart. Let the line of foxes guide you. Offer the crests and lay bare your soul. Okay, let the line of foxes guide you, which we're doing. What does this one say? The blackbird wishes to take the white bird. The white bird wishes to resist. He notices not the two birds in conflict. These guys aren't in conflict. These guys aren't in conflict. Maybe this one goes here? No good. Okay. Fair enough. So... I have the right idea. Okay. Nope. The placement is off. Yeah. Mm. Blackbird is trying to take the white bird, and the white bird is trying to resist. So... I don't think that's one, but... Okay, I'll give it a shot. Nope. Nope. Honestly, this is the toughest puzzle yet. You were here for 20 minutes? I don't doubt it. This is a very, very vague one. Actually, this is probably the vaguest one. Yes, please. Absolutely. Had the Black Sparrow in the right place and your fox is in the wrong place. Oh, hang on. I'm assuming that's the fox who ignores everything, right? And then... I can... There we go. The white is trying to resist. I'm just trying to figure out exactly where the other one is supposed to be. Unless this one is trying to take it? No. No. Let's see. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's a lot of combinations. Black Sparrow was in the right place before on the fox with the X rope on his back. Oh, really? Okay. Black Sparrow's good there. This one was wrong. Currently where your fox is, he's too close to the conflict. This is the only other one I can think of, though. Because this is just a lantern on the floor, so that doesn't help. This is... This doesn't fit. Even though technically he doesn't really notice. No. He needs to be in the furthest slot. This one? Wow. That's the furthest one from the conflict. Yeah. That is the furthest one from the conflict. So then it's the black sparrow that the white sparrow that I'm having an issue with. There we go. Because they'd have to be basically directly opposing each other. That's the only thing I could think of if one's trying to resist the other. Yes. Yeah, now that you say it that way, that makes a lot of sense, but that wasn't what I was thinking. I was thinking more in terms of, like, what... like, proximity. Well, I'm glad I'm not the only one. The final right? Oh no.
一緒だからここまで来られました。
もうわずかの辛抱だ。
No, the puzzles weren't bad in Silent Hill 2 Remake.
最後まで。
私の大切なものすべて奪ったな。なら私自身も。
What the hell am I supposed to be doing? Chase after the fog monster. Oh dear God. What? Okay.
だがな、ただで済むと思うなよ。
Ow. Shit, I don't think I have any toolkits. That's not good. That's not what I wanted. There we go.
前たちがやったように私もお前たちの全てをぶっ壊してやる。死ね。邪魔するやつはみんな死ね。
There we go. Yeah, take the bandage. Is there anything over here? Yes. There. It's gonna have to do. Ooh, nice. I got the axe. Hell yes. $750, huh? Damn it. I'll do one divine water and that'll give me enough. Good. Pray. More health. Nice. God damn it. Dried carcass, huh? There. More boob pile.
何もかもめちゃくちゃだ。
Oh, Jesus Christ. Thank God I saved. Yeah, I see you.
何もかもめちゃくちゃだ。
Something else coming. There we go.
お前たちのせいで。
No, 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 no. I hear two distinct things, and I don't like either of them. Oh, god damn it. There we go. Steel pipe. That's still good. The axe is fucked. God damn it. The fucking boob piles, man. Nope, too far out. God damn it. Oh, damn time. Fuck. Bandages, those are good.
嫌だもう嫌私の町を返して
Crowbar. Here we go. Got an ammo. Oh, nice. Thank God. Is there anything I can just give? I don't think so. I want to keep that in Arisushi and for when I absolutely really need it. God damn it. Yeah, I hear you fucking click-clacking around there. Keep forgetting I have Yokon too. Name Shimizu Hinako, last seen wearing colored uniform, colored skirt, details of disappearance, left home, met with wearing a... Ooh. Interesting. That's actually really interesting. A toolkit. I love toolkits. Sickle. Ooh, shit. Yeah, return from dinner. Well, that's a good thing that you return now, because... Oh boy. We're fighting boobs and shoe spews. We're fighting fucking everything here. God damn it. As long as you're winning, that's the important thing. I define winning. I mean, I'm doing things, but winning... Where in the fuck am I supposed to be going? Just says chase after the fog monster. That's it. And I'm not entirely sure where they want me to chase it, or where it has gone to be chased. Why would you want MTV? MTV sucked for like the last 20 years. Just follow the path of enemies. Yeah, but there are so many paths of enemies. Honestly, if they go, I'm really, really glad it's gone. If MTV goes, because they're thinking about pulling it. Oh, shit.
こんなことだろうと思いました。
お姉ちゃん助けて。
これがどれだけ失礼なことか。 あなたにも十分分かっているはず。殺しなさい。殺しなさい。さあ。それがあなたのためです。死になさい。
Damn. Well, here's the thing. Fun fact, MTV is the reason why the Digital Millennium Copyright Act exists. Because they're pieces of shit. And also why they don't play music anymore. It's quite literally their own fault. Yeah, really. We'll take a few minute breather so I can explain. Radio has always received stuff for free, and that's all well and fine because it's extra promotion. But the problem is that when MTV came around, they started asking all the record labels for all the different music videos and everything else. And the record label said, yeah, sure, why not? It's free publicity, right? But then they started making a shit ton of money off of doing nothing but playing music videos all day. And then the record labels ended up getting sick and tired of it because they were losing hundreds of billions of dollars a year and said, yeah, no, we want a cut of it. And then MTV finally went, oh, well, I mean, if that's the case, then fuck it. We've already made our money, and dropped all their music videos and just started doing reality TV. And at the same time, to ensure that the record companies don't get fucked over again, they came up with the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. So, it's MTV's own damn fault. I have absolutely no remorse for them. Also, Aylin, thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. Yeah. That's... I don't have any remorse for MTV whatsoever. Honestly, I kind of hope they go under at this point. Surprised MTV is still a thing. Reality TV does wonders for stupid people. Just that simple. Look at all the hit reality TV shows they've had. They've had Keeping Up with the Kardashians. They've, because that was on MTV for a while. They had Hogan Knows Best. They had the Aussie one. They've had a bunch of them. And a lot of the time, most of them are all really, really, really smash hits. Even the Desperate Housewives stuff of like LA and Atlanta and like all that other shit. They're massive, massive, massive hits. Why do you think you had somebody like Ryan Seacrest doing shit for them for so long? Because they made a fuck ton of money doing it. But unfortunately, that's all they are now. Remember that TV show where people were in love with tables and roller coasters? Yeah. My Strange Addiction. They also capitalized on that. They capitalized on My Strange Addiction. They capitalized on Hoarders. They capitalized on damn near everything. Because they couldn't be music TV anymore. Because the record labels wouldn't let them have any of the music videos unless they paid them for it. Oh, is this where her face sloughs off? Right. Well, we knew that.
それではお別れを。あなたが幸せをつかんでくれることを願っています。Interesting.
綺麗。
What's going on, Blue? There's the doll. Don't go that way. I have to go back that way. Does this say anything different? No.
そうよ。これは私の選択。
You won't be able to see your father or mother anymore. I kind of feel like that's not a bad thing. Maybe it's just me. Oops. There. Oh, there it is. Also, that's really interesting. The sun's out. Okay. I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting that. Is there anything over here I can take? Okay.
世界が私を祝福してる。両親にも会いに行こう。
Oh, fuck. I don't want to deal with prolapse, man. Okay. So I guess I just keep going this way, right? I mean, there's one over here, but do I really need to go get it? I don't think so. Unless they're gonna block me here or something, which is entirely possible. Okay, here, Enshrine. Yes. More sanity, I guess. Sure. Nice. I'll take it. You won't be able to stay as you are now. This is a bad thing? Nice.
もうすぐ我が家。
This fucking arm, though, holy shit. This arm is insane. Although, I'm gonna be completely honest, I kinda never want to see that scene again where she gets it. That was a little rough to watch. Makes a lot more sense now. This, on the other hand, looks like a problem. Oh boy. Kinda wishing I had that fucking beast arm right now. Maybe it'll come back. So, okay, I think what's happened, and I could be wrong, but at least in the immediate, I think what's happened is that they switched. So you've got the Hinako who became basically a kami, or some variation thereof. And that's all well and fine. But then that one made it into the real world. Whereas the one that we saw that we had an argument with is now going through the same kind of shit, possibly. I kind of feel like it's a cyclical thing, right? Like it's almost like an Ouroboros kind of deal. So the one that we saw kill her parents was a future Echo, and then we go through everything to become that, but then the one that we had an argument with that said, I'm you, but you're not me, is now going through what the Hinako that we were experienced before. I think. Also, is it just me, or did anybody else get I am me, but are you the real you? Did anybody else kind of pick up on that with that scene, or was it just me? Bandage. Crowbar. We'll keep that crowbar here for now. Take the Yokon. Good.
あんたなら全てを壊すの手伝ってくれるよね。
Oh, that fucking glitch. I don't know what that is. I really wish I could figure it out.
通さないつもりか。上等だ。
Fuck. Toolkit. Toolkits are good. How many of those do I have now? I got 2. Nice. This doesn't look good. And it auto-saved. Again, can't be good. That fucking glitch with the water, I don't know whether it's a water reflection thing or whether it's like a fog thing. I have no idea.
気が済むまで血の海に沈めてやる。
Shit. There we go. Jesus.
今度こそもう後戻りはできない。
Bandage. Really? There. Can't do anything more with that. Record. Yeah, I don't even think it's worth, like, checking out these other areas unless it's, like, directly in my line of sight. I really don't. I gotta fight myself? That's not good. Fuck. I don't think they were expecting me to, God damn it. Let me see. I don't think they were expecting me to have 2 toolkits. Shit. Now I got another toolkit. So what the fuck am I gonna get rid of? How many of the red capsules do I have? 1. Fuck it. I can't. Okay, so first aid kit. Yes. They don't do a whole lot. Yeah. Sadly, neither do the red capsules, which is a bummer. I think the only reason why I was using them is because if you use them in succession, they stack, which isn't terrible, but you do have to use multiple for it to actually work properly. With sanity, that yeah, it's too bad I got rid of that capsule. I can tell you one thing, though. We'll discuss stuff when the credits roll, but after that, I'm absolutely going to YouTube to see if somebody can give me the answers as to what the fuck is going on.
まさかまだ生き残っていようとは。
お姉ちゃんは所詮は向こう側の人間。私の気持ちなんて。
So her name is Unecho? Something like that, but it just looks like Junko. And I can't help but kind of chuckle every time I see it.
わからない。
落ち着いて。あなたがどうしてここにいるかわかる？
わからない。ここはどこ？ここは嫌。辛い。気持ち悪い。帰りたい。
It's pronounced Junko, but it's funnier to read it as Junko. Yeah, it is, isn't it?
それは何の？あなたいつから飲んでるの？そんなに飲んで大丈夫なの？
Those are the capsules she's been taking.
大丈夫だよ。これを飲むと落ち着くから。
もうやめなさい。それを飲むのをやめて。
私に構わないで。これが全ての根源。
Well, this can't be good.
お前は私の全てを奪った。ザクコもリンコもシュウも奪い、お父さんも。
Yeah, I figured it was wedding attire.
私を返せ。奪った全てを返せ。
Oof. That hurt by a lot. shit. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Nice. Okay, wait a minute. Hang on. Toolkit here. That's not what I wanted. Shit. Ooh, good fake. Bitch! Oof. Okay, that sucks. Ooh.
絶対に
Wow.
認めない。ひな子を渡したりなんかしない。
Okay. Oof. There is no good way to deal with that, is there? Jesus. Oh, fuck. Did I do it? Please, for the love of God, tell me I did it. Oh, fuck. Fuck that, I want some goddamn payback. There we go. Oh shit. I got 99 of those? Fuck, they really, really, really want me to fucking just keep fucking shit up, huh? Alright, come on. I ain't scared. I ain't fucking scared. I'll just keep popping all the red pills. It's so many pills, holy shit. I gotta be up to what, 120 now? Alright, food pile. Now I need blue. That's right, I'm just gonna keep swinging. Fuck it.
待ってくれみんな。ひな子とは私が話す。ひな子、なぜだ、どうしてお前の心を分かってやれたと思っていたのに。
Jesus. How long does this go?
ずっとって約束したじゃない、裏切り者。
I'm literally a pharmacy at this point.
どうしてこんなことを。やめなさい。銃を奪ったあんたを許さない。
ごめんな、ひな子。本当にごめん。俺が間違ってた。俺はただ、でもこんなに。
Jesus.
やめろ。
Hinako is pissed.
声で話しかけるな。
Wow. This is a fucking marathon.
もう少しの辛抱だ。
Come on. The cops? sounds like police sirens. Lewis from Left 4 Dead would have a field day? Oh, yeah. Holy fuck. Wait, that's where you leave it? What? Okay. Yeah, it's 4, isn't it, Aelin? Three, okay. Or if you're done and saved in the wrong place, it's 4. Oh no. Well, apparently there's one more scene I have to see before I can really give my judgment, Blue. Oh, this song is amazing. They are police sirens. 2 male victims, same female. Oh shit.
羽倉町一より県警本部。一部被害者に使用された包丁ですが、敷地内からは発見できず、被疑者は現在もこれを所持している可能性が高いと思われます。どうぞ。
県警本部から各局。女性被疑者は20代です。花嫁装束。身長は160センチメートル少々。常吉神宮より逃走中。凶器を所持している可能性が極めて高い。各局はくれぐれも慎重に対応されたし。
羽倉町一から県警本部。
Oh, fuck, wait a minute.
犯行時に断続的に服用していたとのことです。
県警本部より神楽町一。それは式場内で発見された正体不明のカプセル薬と同一のものか。どうぞ。
羽倉町一から県警本部。被疑者が服用する際に口からこぼしたカプセル薬を敷地内から。
Okay, hang on a second. turn this down a wee bit. Wait. No. So, hang on. Actually, wait. No, we got shit to watch. Away from the birdcage. Okay. No. I'm not going to. We still have to go through the credits. Because even if I don't play it a second time on stream, I always let the credits go full. Because, I mean, holy fuck, these people deserve it. Okay. So, oops, that's a little bit too low. So the police show up. They're looking for a woman in a bride's dress who apparently stabbed two individuals, two males. One of them, I guess, was having cardiac problems. The other one was dead. Right? My question is that they were looking for the bride. But see, and this is where I'm kind of stuck, because there was a thing that we found talking about how there was a kid who, or not a kid, but there was a guy who was getting all these different women pregnant and had all these girlfriends and everything like that, and then willingly cut them all off, while the girl who was raised in poverty but gorgeous was pregnant, and he went and married some rich girl. It was an arranged marriage, right? The girl, on the other hand, the one who was pregnant, was sent away by her parents. So I'm trying to piece together exactly who Hinako was in this whole thing. Was Hinako the bride? That note is about Fox Mask's mother. Whoa. Then I'm completely lost. I'm so fucking lost. It's not even funny at this point. I know that obviously she was taking the red capsules because they were, if I remember correctly, the prescription pills or the over-the-counter pills. They weren't technically prescription. And I'm assuming she became addicted to them possibly because of a psychotic break that she had. The girl the police are looking for is Hinako. Yeah, no, I got that. That I got. Can now create same game data from the completed game by beginning new game plus with the data from a completed game. You can experience changes in the story and have the chance to fulfill specific conditions to unlock new endings. You will also be able to play on the hard difficulty setting Lost in the Fog. Fuck that. I'm just trying to think. Might have been easier to pick up if you had names on and everything, but during your little rampage, your friends chime in. Well, no, I did have stuff on. I had the, at least it should have been. Oh, well, to be completely honest, I don't know if I saw the names. I remember there were some of them, but, I don't know if I had the names on, but I was too busy just beating the absolute piss out of everything. Shu says something about not knowing what he was doing. Again, I'm completely lost. I'm absolutely completely lost. Like, not knowing what he's doing could refer to him being in love with her, but not really knowing how to show affection, or him introducing her to the traditional and herbal Chinese medicine in hopes that it would help, but it was maybe a combination of both the stuff that he was giving her plus the plus just being able to let her vent. I honestly don't know. It could be a bunch of different things from what I can think of. Because the problem with Shu was always that whenever he wrote something, he was incredibly eloquent. But when they spoke to one another in person, he was always dumb as a brick. Now, I think Itzy brought it up, and they're like, and she goes, well, duh, that's because he's in love with her. Fair. However, I think it was more than that. If you went to the house and checked the notes in there that say the plant he used in those pills have similar properties to that plant talked about in Silent Hill 1. Yes, I do remember that. I absolutely do remember that. And it was saying that it was rumored to allow people to speak to the gods. But see, so here's my question, and maybe this is answered in the other endings, and this is why I really, really want to check and find out. Are they trying to equate, and this is where things get really kind of fucky. If what they're trying to do is they're trying to equate the herb that was found in Silent Hill 1 to the herbs that he was giving her, and those herbs supposedly allow, or I should say in Japanese culture, it's rumored to... Gina, coming in with a raid, thank you so much. Allows her to speak to the gods. Then the problem becomes, are they trying to equate Silent Hill with Shintoism? Because as far as I know, and correct me if I'm wrong, Silent Hill 1 is more about... It's less about the actual town and how it works than it is about, quite literally, Western God. I think that's just the Silent Hill level of connection. And that's kind of where I'm having an issue, though, because the problem with Silent Hill 1, 2, and 3 is that it's clearly depicted that, to an extent, you have theories that were brought by Carl Jung, which is synchronicity, right? And Silent Hill is quite literally a place where the immaterial and the intangible can be made tangible and can be made into physical form. That's all well and fine. I get that. But the problem is that if you take those herbs, and those herbs supposedly allow people to talk to the gods, at least in this culture, that's all well and fine, but then that also means that the god that we speak to in Silent Hill 1, or encounter, I should say, in Silent Hill 1, is also of the same ilk, I guess, to an extent, of the kami and the monsters and everything else that we face in Silent Hill F. Yeah, I finished the game, Spectre. Literally just finished it. It just so happens that the pills you've been taking is not dissimilar to that of one in Silent Hill 1. I don't know if I particularly like that. I don't know if I particularly like that. I can see what they're trying to do. I can absolutely see what they're trying to do, and I'm not going to discredit them for, like, trying. But I don't know if it really fits all that well. If that makes any sense. And I basically what it was, if I remember correctly, is, like you said, she took a shit ton of those pills and ended up having a psychotic break. The problem is which one is she? Is she the bride? Or is she the girl that we all know who was standing around in a fucking schoolgirl outfit that was all torn to shit? That's kind of the problem, because the final thing that we face, well, literally one of the final things that we face is quite literally the bride, right? And I can understand having the feeling of being, like, married off, and maybe it's against your will, and maybe there's tension headaches because there's so many things that you have to live up to, and so on. And you know, she's quite beautiful, and obviously, you know, you had Sakuko and you had Rinko, and they were all talking about how she was so pretty and they wish they looked like her, and so on and so forth. And then they end up calling her a traitor and talking behind her back, and you know, how she gets everything and all this other shit. And that's all well and fine, but which one is she? Is she supposed to be the bride, or is she supposed to be the one that we've been following this entire time? Well, we haven't been following her the entire time. The one we followed the entire time is the bride. The one that we ended up following at the end there was... I don't even fucking know. You play the game as schoolgirl Hinako, who's doing her best to resist the marriage, trying to live out the best she can with her friends, while the Dark Shrine Hinako is the one that's been getting married. Well, I know, I get the correlation between the Dark World Hinako and the marriage. That I can completely understand. The things that I don't understand is, what's the deal with the Kami? Unless she's having some sort of psychotic episode the entire time, right? Unless she's having some sort of psychotic episode the whole time, which, sure, that's entirely possible. So at the very end, schoolgirl Hinako wins out by beating the shit out of wedding Hinako. Which, again, is all well and fine, but if that's the case, then why are they still looking for a bride with a knife when we never really dealt with a knife? The entire game, she was portrayed as having a pipe. That's where I'm really confused about. Because if schoolgirl Hinako beats the shit out of and supposedly kills wedding Hinako, why would wedding Hinako even be a suspect? Other than the fact that she was there and now she's gone. But you clearly see the pipe at the end, and they have an evidence marker next to it. So why would they say a knife? Because the final scene shows the metal pipe on the floor. Right, but they said knife, not pipe. That's my point. They talk about they're looking for a woman in a wedding dress, in a bride's dress, that stabbed two men. One of them is in critical condition, the other one is dead, and she stabbed them both with a knife. So if they're worried about something happening at a wedding and stabbing two men with a knife, why would they be looking at all for a girl in a school outfit that was wielding a pipe? And who are the two she supposedly killed? Well, I'm going out on a limb here, but I'm going to say that at least one of them is whoever Foxmask was. I don't know who the other one would be, but the only other person I could think of would be Shi. Maybe she's a suspect to lead to a murderer, but that's not what they said. That's what I'm talking about. If you saw the radio chatter and the subtitles, they specifically said to be on the lookout for a woman in a bridesmaid dress who stabbed two men with a knife. One of them is dead, the other is in critical condition. But at the same time they're saying that, you have evidence markers next to a bloody battered pipe, and then you have another evidence marker next to a box full of pills. I think it's that winning Hinako and schoolgirl Hinako is more of an internal struggle thing. That's totally fine, and that I understand, but why would they say knife? So everything that's happening in the Dark Shrine is what's happening in the real world, while Fog World is school Hinako in her own head trying to run away. So what we're hearing is... So then the only thing that I can think of is that what we're hearing at the very, very last scene, the very last cutscene, is the actual radio chatter between the police, but what we're seeing is still in her head. Because I don't care what language you speak, knife and pipe definitely are not the same thing. Hinako the pipe and wedding lady with it. Well, wedding... No. I think Vag is onto something. I really do. I think the ending where she's just literally running through the Dark Shrine and then part of the town and then the Dark Shrine again and then part of the town and then the Dark Shrine again and then trying to escape out of the Dark Shrine is her literally having a psychotic break and not being able to tell the difference between what's real and what's not. So the bride is Hinako in the wedding and going through absolutely everything. But Hinako is also the schoolgirl that, for the most part, we've been following the entire time. It's just a younger version of herself, I guess, trying to live as best she can under really shitty circumstances. And she wants to stay and be that young girl and be with her friends, but that is systematically being stripped away with every step that is taken and all the different rituals and rites that they go through in the Dark Shrine for her to end up being betrothed to whoever Foxmask is. What's going on, Fafo? Also, Gina, thank you so much for the raid. Hang on one second. Let me give a shout out to Gina. Thank you so much, Gina. How you doing tonight? How are the things? Oops, that's not what I wanted to do, but that's the only thing I can think of. Okay, now before I go any further, I was specifically told that one of the best things to do would be to watch the beginning cutscene of New Game Plus. Is that correct? Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Sure. Or did I fuck up? I hope I didn't fuck up.
ねえねえ、知ってる？女の人はお嫁さんになるのが仕事なんだって。
Okay.
仕事じゃないよ。ひな子はお嫁さんになりたくないの？
でもお父さんに言われるとなりたくなくなる。
宿題と同じだね。
やれって言われるとやる気なくす。
Oh yeah, very different. Holy shit.
お姉ちゃん。
何かいいことでもあった？
They cut out the whole doll part for the most part.
昔を思い出してた。お姉ちゃんって小さい頃からずっとお姉ちゃんだったんだなって。
ひな子、私ね。
Not being allowed to play with their friends, yeah.
これお姉ちゃんにあげる。
綺麗だわ。ありがとう。
Okay. I didn't catch that the first time around. That's interesting.
とにかく今後のことは親の方で話を進める。
お父さん、ひな子の気持ちだって。
こんな話二度とないんだぞ。ひな子にとってこれ以上の幸せがあるか？あるわけがない。どこ行く？話はまだ終わってないぞ、ひな子。
それにしてもあのひな子がね。
あいつは本当に高校娘だ。何しろおかげで借金は全て返せる。二度と金に困らずに済むぞ。
Okay.
お父さん、やめてくださいよ。ひな子に聞こえますよ。
Okay. That explains a lot more, especially where it comes to the debt. So this is an arranged marriage, and she's being married off to help cover the debt that they've accrued. Here's my question, though. And I just thought of this. No, it's changed, Spectre. But here's my question. Is Junko... This is going to sound really, really, really weird. And maybe I'm going too deep. Is Junko actually her? Junko is Junko, very much her older sister that went away and got married. Okay. The way I saw it, Hinako felt betrayed by her getting married and leaving the family for Hinako to deal with. Maybe? Because she already hates her parents. Father because he's abusive, mother because she's subservient. Well, not only is she subservient, but she's also an enabler. That's the worst part. And with Junko married, she's no longer around. That's entirely possible. Well, okay, so... And maybe it's just because everything happened so fast when it came to the end. The only time that I can remember that she was actually angry with Junko was when they were in the Dark Shrine together and she throws her out of the way. Other than that, every time Junko appeared, she always seemed to revere her. And it wasn't up until the very end, at least from what I remember, that she got angry with Junko. Excuse me. But other than that, every time Junko showed up, it was like the whole world would stop to Hinako. To me, it's that Hinako wants the sister back that she once knew, because we never see Junko without the mask, and pretty much only in the Dark Shrine. That's true. Well, no, we do see her once, but it's not in person, it's in a picture. I say maybe because on one of the endings of spoilers, I mentioned that Hinako is dressed up in traditional wedding dress, but the players can't see it. No, you're able to see it. You're absolutely able to see it way before that, because if you play the entire game, you're able to piece together that Hinako is the one in the wedding dress, and it's actually shown that she turns into the bride in the wedding dress, even in this first playthrough that I just did. And all of Junko's dialogue is urging her to kill herself and her friends, the self that's resisting the marriage. So that's Junko in the real world urging her to go on with the marriage to Foxmask. Yes. But I'm still trying to piece together the entire... And again, maybe this is me going way too far into it or thinking way too much into it. But now the thing that throws me is all the kami. Right? I get the Dark Shrine part basically being the real world and her going through all the rites and the rituals and stuff like that during the wedding. That part I completely understand. But they literally could have made it clowns and it wouldn't have made any more sense. Like, they could have absolutely made it anything else if there's nothing else to it other than, culturally speaking, they believe that the medicine she was taking allows her to talk to gods. You see what I mean? Like, is that all it is? Is that she's hallucinating that she's actually speaking with gods? And that the Dark Shrine, or that, I should say, what she's picturing as the Dark Shrine is actually where the wedding ceremony is taking place. I never really understood much the god connection, other than it's stated in a couple notes that Foxmask is a descendant of the fox god around the town, and their marriage is supposed to help the town. I do remember kind of something along the lines of that, but I'm kind of also taking it as the reason why he's Foxmask and he's not anything else is because it doesn't actually really matter who or what he is. He's just kind of there as a placeholder to be quite literally guy she's supposed to be married to. But also something how Foxmask is fated to marry her by some spiritual thing. Yeah, this is wholly convoluted. God does not equal ego. No, it's not that at all. It's not that at all, Blue. The problem is that she was taking pills that Shu had her take because it was traditional Chinese medicine, which was a hell of a lot better than, at least in his eyes, her being addicted to over-the-counter pills. Now, the problem is that he was trying to go about it a completely different way. He was trying a more traditional Chinese herbal approach, as well as being a vessel to let her vent her frustrations, which made her feel better, which is all well and fine. But culturally speaking, the herb that is in those pills that she was taking is believed to allow people to talk to gods. One of the endings, her male friend sees her dress up in a different outfit, but us, the players, see them both in the school uniform. No. We see the difference. We see the difference in the first playthrough, Fafo. Honestly, I don't know how anybody couldn't understand that, because you literally see her in the Dark Shrine go through all these rites and rituals to turn into essentially something that she is not, right? And then they finally go before a Shinto altar and they present their gifts to basically what is the essence of nature, their religion, and so on. And then she literally transforms from Hinako into the bride in white. Like that, in the first playthrough, you literally see that. So, even if you don't know anything else about what's going on, you can absolutely 100% say that Hinako is the bride. You absolutely can. Hey, Sophia, how you doing? We, holy shit, did we have one hell of an ending. Frustrated as hell. Uh-oh, why? What's going on? Twitch wouldn't let you in. I wonder if maybe that was the Amazon thing. You saw the ending, okay. Yeah, I wonder if maybe that was the thing where Amazon had gotten kind of fucked earlier today. So yeah, I'm kind of like... I kind of sort of somewhat have an idea, but hang on. Actually, you know what? Before I do this, let me see if I can fix my fucking camera a little bit more. That's still roughly about where it was. Fuck. Final ending will probably help contextualize things a little bit better. Yeah. I don't remember anything about Hinako getting married, though. Well, so, okay. So the Dark Shrine is a wedding ceremony. That's what that is. It's all a wedding ceremony. Yeah, it's better-ish. Where she cuts her arm in her face, that's a wedding. She's having a psychotic break, is what's happening. That's the only thing that I can piece together. I was saying to Don that this whole story is also very much unreliable narrator. Well, they're all unreliable narrators, right? You can't take anything seriously that her father says because her father is a drunk. You can't take anything seriously that her mother says because her mother is subservient and also an enabler to the father. You can't take anything seriously that Shu says because Shu's a fucking idiot half the time. You can't take anything Rinko says with any grain of salt because Rinko loves to try and stab her in the back every chance she gets. You also can't sit there and rely on what Sakuko says because Sakuko is a fucking psychopath. So literally anyone and everyone, even Fox Mask, you can't take seriously because he has basically an ulterior motive, which is to make her his. You can't take Junko seriously because Junko is the one who's quite literally telling Hinako to kill herself the entire time. Is Fox Mask the groom? Yes. Okay. We're going to go back to the title screen. I'm going to fucking look up Silent Hill F Explained, because there's no way in hell, by the way, much as I'd love there to be time for it, but there's no way in hell that I'm going to fucking be able to play 3 more times through this thing. So, Silent Hill F Explained story. I think it's less Junko telling her to kill herself, but more Hinako interpreting it as such. That's entirely fair. What do we have? Okay, I mean, fuck it. We have a 49-minute video. Story, well, actually, no. Hang on, we got more than that. I'm just looking at views. The complete story and all 5 endings explained. Okay, yeah, we'll go with that one.
Silent Hill has...
Shh, you don't have to be so loud. Turn that down a wee bit. And then I gotta switch it over to the thing so that everybody can see. There we go. Yes, there's 5 endings to this.
Silent Hill
Only one of them, by the way, is considered canon.
Has never been about a physical place. It's a personal hell crafted from the mind of a single tormented soul. In Silent Hill F, we are invited into the mind of Shimizu Hinako, a young woman living in
Well, hang on. I gotta... I'm sorry, I'm
1960s.
being a fucking pause Andy here. Immediately. Let me... What did he just say?
Silent Hill has never been about a physical place. It's a personal hell crafted from the mind of a single tormented soul.
But that's not true. We know that. We absolutely know that that's not true. And we know that that's not true specifically because of how Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 2 play out. Both things that he said are automatically not true. Because Silent Hill is a physical place. The difference is that Silent Hill, although people go to it, is based off of the Jungian theory of synchronicity. That's the issue, right? It is a place, but even in Silent Hill 2, even though technically you're in the same exact physical place as Harry was in Silent Hill 1, the reason why it's so different is because it's not just, oh, well, it's the manifestations of a broken mind and a tortured soul. It's multiple. Which is why in Silent Hill 2, you are quite literally facing other people's demons.
In Silent Hill F, we are invited into the mind of Shimizu Hinako, a young woman living in 1960s Japan, whose world of serene beauty is being consumed by a nightmarish plague of flesh and flowers. This is the story of a woman whose life is not her own. A woman caught between the crushing weight of family duty, a divine fate she never asked for, and the desperate rebellion.
Well, actually, Sophia, so Vag actually pointed this out. The flowers there are a specific type of flower that actually represent death.
Desire to make her own choices. Her mind has become a battleground for 2 competing selves, and the fate of both her and her town depends on which one wins. Hi everyone, I'm Matt Whelm, and today we're breaking down the complete, intricate story of Silent Hill F.
There's the UFO ending.
Life of Hinako, explain the divine lore of the feuding gods, and analyze all 5 endings to uncover the game's deepest secrets.
Okay.
So take a deep breath, and let's descend into the fog. Our story centers on Shimizu Hinako.
Here, I'm going to turn this up a little bit more. I'm just trying not... I just don't want it to be too loud.
Was once a cheerful and athletic child. The pressures of her family and society have made her restrained and unhappy. She despises having decisions made for her, preferring to make her own mistakes rather than follow someone else's commands. This fierce individualism puts her in direct conflict with her family, especially when compared to her sister Junko, who is seen as the golden child and the perfect traditional bride. The inciting incidents,
By the way, The Golden Child, fucking amazing movie.
for Hinako's personal hell is a decision made for her. Her father, deep in debt, has arranged for her to be married off to a suitor to clear the family's name. This act treats her as a commodity, a bargaining chip, which is the one thing her spirit cannot bear.
Does this mean that in chronological time, this is the first one. I mean, if you're going by year, yes, this takes place in 1962, if I remember correctly, but I think that doesn't actually really matter. If this is going to spoil me anything important isn't anything that would shock me if I was to finish the game myself with no other context. It depends on how long you've been here watching me play it, if I'm being honest. It really does. And if you plan on playing it a grand total of like 3 or 4 times. So if you haven't seen much, I'd probably say yes.
This is more than just a family drama. As the game reveals, Hinako's fate is cosmic. She is a rare child born with divine power, destined from birth to be the wife of the heir to the Fox Gods clan. Her arranged marriage isn't just a transaction, it's a divine destiny she is trying to escape. This immense pressure causes Hinako's psyche to fracture. Her own journal reveals that she feels there are 2 Hinakos living inside her. The original, the rebellious Shimizu Hinako, and a new subservient Hinako, who is trying to take over her body and accept her fate. This internal war is the core of the entire game.
I just thought of something. I just pieced 2 things together just because of what he's saying, and for whatever reason, it didn't click. Even when we found out who the bride is. The reason why Hinako is surrounded by all of these red flowers is specifically because the bride is trying to take over from schoolgirl Hinako, which quite literally means the death of schoolgirl Hinako.
And the monsters she fights, often resembling twisted dolls and caricatures of marriage,
yes,
are physical manifestations of her psychological trauma. Hinako's conflict is influenced by 2 key men in her life. The first is her arranged husband, the heir to the Fox Gods clan, known as the Fox Mask. It's revealed his real name is Tsuneki Kotoyoki, a childhood playmate Hinako had forgotten. He is the embodiment of her unwanted fate.
Yeah.
A man who is himself under a spell that leads him to seek her out. From Hinako's perspective, he is like a prince from a fairy tale, yet his kind eyes can turn frighteningly sharp. He offers a seductive escape from her struggle, a life of comfort where she won't have to think anymore, where she can just follow his commands and be happy.
Which also, by the way, follows the ending song that they played after or I should say the song that they played after the cutscene that was in the middle of the credits. She's talking about a gilded cage. Fox Mask needs to stop being so hot. Oh god.
This is the voice of the subservient Hinako, tempted to give up her will, her very soul, for a life without conflict. The other man is Shu, her childhood best friend and the one person she believes is her true companion and equal, her partner. Their bond was built on mutual respect, a safe haven from the gender roles they both rejected.
Yeah.
Coming from a long line of physicians, Shu has a deep knowledge of medicine and often gets Hinako's medicine for her frequent headaches, building a deep foundation of trust. But Shu hides a dark secret. He exploits this trust, pretending to be her ally while secretly supplying her with drugs.
Yes.
The red capsules, in a twisted attempt to make her spiral into addiction. His goal is to sabotage the arranged marriage so that her suitor will reject her, allowing him to deceive his way into her life. Both men in her life are trying to manipulate her, leaving Hinako utterly and truly alone in her struggle.
Okay, the Five Fates of
Hinako's
Hinako.
internal-
Although I will say that's, and again, maybe it's because I'm not going to play through like the others. However, or the other, like, I'm not going to do the constant playthroughs. But if I remember correctly, the journal that talks about that stuff, where he's supplying Hinako with the pills, is specifically because he doesn't want her to be addicted to the over-the-counter drugs that she was taking, and they weren't really working anyway. Again, it's totally possible that through the other playthroughs it's revealed that that's not true, and he's literally trying, you know what I mean? Can I be real about that too? After seeing all the endings, with the exception of the best ending, I legit don't see her deal. Well, I mean, I'm gonna find out. So, her friends suck, her family sucks. Kotoyuki legit seems to care for her. I mean, I don't get why she's so pressed about marrying this guy. So, okay. The only thing I can come up with is that it's because it's an arranged marriage. Right? So it doesn't actually really matter whether she loves him or not. It's the fact that she doesn't get to choose who she wants to be with. Right? So she doesn't look at him as, oh God, he's hot, he's offering me everything, he's offering me a chance to escape. She's looking at it as, oh great, it's another thing my fucking parents have done without me having any input. Like, I don't know what she's fighting so hard for. I think you nailed it earlier, Vag, which is literally just the ability to choose.
War can end in 5 distinct ways, each representing a different resolution to her psychological torment. Let's break down every ending in order. Coming home to roost.
Yes.
Normal ending. This is the most straightforward and tragic ending, achieved by completing the game normally. Here, Hinako's rebellion against her father's wishes leads her to her banishment.
Yes.
And the trauma of this rejection festers. Fueled by the red capsules supplied by Shu, she spirals into a drug abuse, trying to quiet the darkness consuming her. But the addiction only delays the inevitable. In a final psychotic break...
Okay, yeah, he says psychotic break, that's fine.
She dons a wedding dress and brutally murders her own parents.
Yes.
The post-credit scenes confirm she goes on to killing 2 more people. A grim conclusion to her complete mental breakdown.
Yeah.
She fought her fate, but lost her mind in the process. Fox's wedding. Bad ending. In this ending, Hinako does not use the drugs and instead marries in accordance with her father's wishes. However, her compliance is just a fragile mask for the rage festering beneath, and she still murders her parents in a psychotic break.
Okay, but to be fair, her parents really suck, so are we really all that sad about her parents being murdered?
After a clash between her 2 selves, her original rebellious self is banished, and she is forced to drink an elixir that destroys her identity. The post-credit scene is heartbreaking. A faceless bride weeping that she doesn't want to end up like her mother. She gains her family's acceptance but loses her soul, becoming a hollow object with no identity of her own. The fox wets its tail. Good ending. In this ending, Hinako finds her strength. She stops doubting herself and lets go of the anger she holds towards her parents and her manipulative husband. She stands up to them, kindly acknowledging their efforts but firmly stating that she cannot be molded by their desires. She chooses her own path and walks away with her free will intact. However, this is only a good ending for her. It's implied the fox god was protecting the town from geysers with high arsenic concentrations. By rejecting him, Hinako dooms everyone in Ebisugaoka, whose residents are forced to evacuate. Her personal freedom is an act of selfishness that comes at the cost of her entire community. Ebi Sugaoka in silence. True ending. This is the most profound ending. Hinako realizes that higher powers are influencing her fate and her will. She confronts the gods and learns of her divine destiny. She is a rare, blessed child fated to marry the heir of the Fox Mask clan. After the battle, she comes to terms with her fractured self, and her two halves reconcile. Both versions of Hinako return to a peaceful town. Fox Hinako receives a letter from her suitor and considers a relationship with him, but this time out of her own free will. Meanwhile, the original Hinako is now free to decide her own path entirely. She has broken free from the divine rule and become the main driver of her own path, achieving true humanity.
Okay. But wait a minute. If they're both supposed to be inside one Hinako, then literally everything is still happening in her head. Which means all she did was reconcile with herself and her inner demons, and hey, good for her. Nothing wrong with that. But you can't go, oh, well, half of me is going to go marry Fox Guy, the other one's going to stay here. That's not how that works. That'd be like the id versus the ego, right? And all of a sudden the id goes, yeah, you know what? I really feel like going to fuck this guy. And the ego goes, yeah, you know what? I'm going to stay home and just watch Gilmore Girls with popcorn. You can't physically do both. You know what I mean?
The Great Space Invasion.
This ending is saying she's come to the conclusion that she will have to marry Fox Mask eventually, but wants to do it on her terms. Okay, fair enough.
UFO ending. Finally, we have the UFO ending, a series tradition that is purely a joke. After completing a series of absurd tasks like finding movie posters and listening to all of the UFO radio broadcasts, you unlock a retro manga ending. In it, the kids joke about aliens causing the town's problems. Sakuko brings in a shady alien detector robot, and Shu gets a knuckle sandwich for trying to spill an embarrassing secret. It ends, of course, with a UFO piloted by barking dogs flying away. This ending has no deep symbolism.
No.
It's just the developers having some fun, much like in other Silent Hill games.
Yeah.
So after
So like, say she's being married off at 21, it's her going, fine, I will marry this guy, but give me like 5 years to build up to it. Okay, fair enough.
Different endings, a divine conspiracy, a fractured psyche, and a town drowning in flowers and flesh. What is the ultimate story of Silent Hill F really about? This is the part where we step back and look at the board. We have all the pieces: a rebellious girl, a manipulative suitor, a treacherous friend, a divine prophecy, and monsters born from trauma. Now let's connect the strings. The first and most important strings connects everything back to one central point. Ebi Sugaoka is not a real place.
True.
It is Hinako's personal hell, a world literally shaped by her internal war. This is the classic Silent Hill theme, and it's the key to understanding everything else. The doll.
Hang on. Let me look something up really quick. Translate. Ebisu Ward Hill. It's close. It's close.
All like monsters aren't random. They are her twisted, horrifying perception of marriage and womanhood. The entire conflict is a physical manifestation of her psychological torment. But what is that torment? At its core, this is a story about fighting for free will in a world that gives you none. Hinako is trapped in a prison of predestination. On one level, it's societal. The 1960s Japan setting where her parents treat her as a commodity to be sold off to pay off their debts.
Okay, fair enough, but I think there also needs to be a little bit more context. This is not something that just happened post-war Japan. This is something that's also been going on for thousands of years. And unfortunately, even in today's world, is still, to an extent, baked into their culture. And it was specifically done to keep control over the people in general. So, for instance, if you were not of the warrior class, or you were not somebody who was able to make it into the warrior class, such as samurai, right, you still needed to be controlled because of what was going on during the Warring States period, because they had to make sure that you were loyal to somebody, right? Whatever your prefecture, not even prefecture, but whatever your state was, you had to remain loyal to that warlord. And then later on, when Japan unified, or at least somewhat unified, you still had to swear fealty to whatever emperor you happened to reside under, right? So they kept the population controlled, and a lot of the time the marriages that were arranged were also political in nature, specifically so that whether it be one of the multiple emperors or whether it be one of the multiple warlords or whatever could gain more power and territory. But in order to do that, they had to keep women incredibly subservient, and they had to make sure that nobody strayed from their lane. So if you were, even if you're a guy, if you're a farmer, there was a very high chance that you were going to be born, raised, live, and die as a farmer under the fealty of whatever warlord or emperor that it was. If you were a woman, literally you had almost zero fucking rights, right? You had less rights than a farmer because you were a woman. But you also served a very important purpose, which was if for whatever reason you were a member of a royal family, or you were a member, or hell, even if you were just somebody who caught the attention of somebody who was of noble blood, right? One of the other warlords, one of the other emperor, what have you, they could use you as a woman as a bargaining chip to get more power, more land, more people, become richer, and so on and so forth. And that translated over, unfortunately, because of the way that Japanese, I should say, not Japanese Americans, obviously, but just Japanese culture has evolved over thousands of years, but there's still a lot of things where stuff like that is absolutely happening. Arranged marriage is not so much anymore. However, women do tend to be more subservient to men in Japan, and only now, within the last couple of generations, are people actually starting to fight back against that, because now you have people who are in their 60s, 70s, 80s, who are all older men that have reached as high as they're ever going to get, and that's all well and fine, but now people are rebelling because they don't want their kids or their grandkids or anything like that to fall into the same pattern. So a lot of the time, people just aren't getting married. They're not even having kids. The actual population of Japan is in a steep decline, specifically because women have a hell of a lot more rights than they ever have before, and just people in general are free to choose who they do or do not want to marry, or if they want to marry at all, and they don't want their kids or potential kids to have the same, for lack of a better term, in this particular instance, miserable existence that they kind of have, and their parents had, and their grandparents had, and their great grandparents, and so on.
But the game gives this a terrifying supernatural layer. Her arranged marriage isn't just tradition. It's a literal divine fate she was born into, a destiny to be the wife of the heir to the Fox Gods clan. She isn't just fighting her father, she's fighting the gods. And this is where the two men in her life become so important. Fox Mask isn't just a suitor, he is the handsome, seductive face of giving up. He represents the tempting happiness of letting someone else make your choices for you. On the other hand, Shu represents a different kind of manipulation. He pretends to be the champion of her free will, her partner, but he uses drugs to poison that will, trying to control her in his own way. Both men, the one forcing her into a fate and the one pretending to save her from it, are ultimately trying to rob her of her agency. This is why the endings are not just different outcomes.
Okay, but I would argue that they're not. This is going to sound really, really stupid, but bear with me for a second. I would argue that because of the way that society is for her and because of the way she's looked at to begin with, she is the only person that believes she has any agency. So it's not necessarily that Fox Mask and Shu are trying to rob her of her agency. It's that they are trying to do exactly what society wants them to do, right? Shu wants her, but he's being manipulative by giving her drugs that make her addicted. Fine. Fox Mask is promising her literally a gilded cage, but a gilded cage is still a cage nonetheless. But to them, it's not robbing her of anything. Fox Mask is going, yeah, but it's predetermined, so who the fuck cares? I don't have a choice, neither do you. It just so happens that I really, really love you, and I'm going to give you the world, and I'm going to give you absolutely everything. Shu, on the other hand, is just kind of going with the flow. I'm not saying that they're good guys. They're both pieces of shit, but I don't necessarily know if they're trying to rob her of her agency because culturally she didn't have much to begin with. Does that make any sense?
They are resolutions to the single core question of free will. In the normal and bad endings, she loses completely, becoming a slave to psychosis or her fate. In the good ending, she seizes a selfish freedom, but at the cost of everyone else. It's only in the true ending that she finds the answer. True freedom isn't just rebelling or complying. It's understanding the forces that control you and choosing to walk your own path anyway. All while reconciling all the parts of yourself to become whole and truly human. But now I have to turn the questions over to you. After connecting all the strings, who was the true villain of Hinako's story? Was it Fox Mask, the manipulative suitor who tried to force her into a divine fate she never wanted? Or was it
they're robbing her of her agency because that's what society expects, because Japan is still in the rural community, still lacking liberal freedoms because it still needed the transitional shift. Right. But here's the part that I'm saying. It's not that they're robbing her of her agency, it's that she never had any to begin with. So you can't rob something that unfortunately isn't there, even if the person is sitting there going, I have agency, I can choose for myself. Her parents sure as shit didn't give a fuck. Shu didn't give a fuck. Fox Mask never gave a fuck. And the whole thing with all three of those examples is that they're all led by men. So in all three instances, she didn't have any agency to begin with. You see what I mean? They're not trying to rob something that isn't there. Fox Mask took a beating for her. Doesn't that mean something? Yes, it means something, but he's doing it because he loves her. But the problem is that it's a predetermined thing, right? So the issue isn't that he's promising her the world. The issue is not that, or whether The issue is not whether or not he loves her. The issue is she was not the one who was able to make the decision to get married in the first place. Right? So him sitting there and taking the beating, very well, like Vaj said, it could be because it's predetermined that he has to, right? But it very well also could be because he loves her, or it could be both. But it's the fact that, again, she wasn't able to make the decision to marry him, so she sees everything that he's promising her as just a gilded cage, which is still a cage. She has no free will.
Ju, the childhood partner who pretended to be her ally while poisoning her mind and betraying her trust. But let me know what you think. If you enjoyed this dive into the tragic world of Silent Hill F, please make sure to smash that like button, share and subscribe for more exploration of dark and fascinating horror games. Thanks for watching, I'm Not Whelm, and I'll catch you on the next one. Stay safe, and be careful what you wish for.
Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to link this video. Please go like it, and please go subscribe. I'm going to actually do both, because I thought this was really, really well done. But I really want to see... if anybody delves a little bit more into it. And I'm not going to use IGN, because IGN typically kind of sucks. Which one do we want? We got the full story of Silent Hill F explained, Silent Hill F story explained, and we've also got the complete story of Silent Hill F. And I think this one only has 76,000, this has 158,000, this has 436,000 views. So I think we're going to choose this one. This one's long, but I think they're probably going to go a little bit more in depth. And it might explain things a little bit easier.
This video will explain the entire story of Silent Hill F. I'll be going over the ancient history of the town and its dark secrets, as well as the main story, characters, monsters, all the endings, and the real story that the game seems to be hiding from us. As always, I'd like to issue a spoiler warning. Once this intro is over, we'll be talking endgame spoilers immediately, so you've been warned. Please beat the game and come back.
Fair enough.
I'd also like to thank Konami for giving me a code to the game early. While not necessary viewing to understand Silent Hill F, if you are looking for more Silent Hill content from me, I made a massive retrospective last year talking about the rest of the series. From dev interviews to analyses and explanations on the story, I covered all there was to know about Silent Hill, even the lesser known titles. So if you're interested, you could check that out. But with that out of the way, let's get started. So I'd like to begin by breaking down the religious history of the town.
Okay.
Then I'd like to recap the main story and ending.
Fair enough.
Usually I add in some theory and speculation during these moments, but I want to save that for its own section this time.
Okay.
Because now that we're past spoiler territory, I can reveal that I believe a significant portion of this game is fake and takes place within the head of the main character.
Which we established. There's a lot of shit going on in her head.
Silent Hill F is a game of multiple interpretations. There is the straightforward religious plot of the gods and their hold over the town, and then there is the metaphors and symbolism that point to this game being the main character's attempt to make a decision about an arranged marriage she's been forced into. With much of the game not only hinting at this, but specific dialogue and scenes being metaphors that allude to it. But none of that will make sense unless I explain the basics. So first, let's break down the religious history and the main story to cover the basic straightforward plot, then spend the rest of the video talking about those metaphors. So Silent Hill F sees us navigating the 1960s Japanese town of Ibisugaoka. But the history of this now quiet town dates back a long time. According to the Nihon Shoki, a book of Japanese creation myth, long ago there was an 8-headed dragon named Yamata no Orochi, who demanded the sacrifice of young girls. The god of the sea Susanoo caught wind of this and decided to get the dragon drunk on some sake.
Holy shit, I think I actually got, like, damn near perfect with the camera finally.
As the dragon became intoxicated, the god cut off all of its heads. Ibisugaoka's history books continue this myth by stating that one of the heads landed not far from the town of Higa no Kuni, the original name of the town. Eventually, this head would come back to life as a poisonous water dragon and would plague the land for many years. Now, many, including a local historian, question the myth's validity. The town has had many toxic gas leaks over the years due to underground water streams. Seeing as this addendum to the creation myth is only known within the town, some wonder if this was an attempt to explain the unfortunate circumstances that plagued the townsfolk. Regardless, the people of Higanokuni would then worship this divine entity, but later documents in scripture point to a transition in worship. At the tail end of the Heian period in 1170 CE, a war broke out between the Taira and the Minamoto clans. The Taira clan had lost the war and their power was dissolved. It's reported that members of the clan fled to all places across Japan looking for sanctuary. Some of them managed to find their way to Ibisugaoka. In fact, it's believed that this is where the town's current name originated from, as the kanji for Ibisu holds the meaning of a person who has migrated far away. Unable to restore their clan to its former glory, those who remained vowed to take revenge. They then buried the sword of their leader at the base of a great tree. According to legend, one day in the middle of the Kamakura period, so likely around mid to late 1200s, a monk donning multiple masks measuring over 3 meters, or almost 10 feet tall, would visit the town.
Jesus.
The monk brought the people to the great cedar tree. He told the townsfolk, quote, "You who fear the water dragon's wrath, quake no more, for the beast grows weak and prepares for slumber. It is none other than this great tree that has sapped the evil from it. Devote yourself to the great tree, and it shall keep the beast subdued until the end of time." The townsfolk then abandoned the water dragon faith and converted to the divine tree faith. But even this
I'm listening, I'm just still trying to fuck with my camera, sorry.
It would evolve with time. The town in the modern day lives on the outskirts. Only one bridge connects it to the main city. This is very likely the same problem that plagued the townspeople back in the day. Due to its location, trade was rare, practically non-existent. So the people of the town had to be extra careful with their tools. This would lead to the birth of the Tsukumogami faith. The definition isn't fully understood, but in some circles it's believed that tools over 100 years possess souls and become self-aware. The people would then take their old tools back to the divine tree as an offering to the gods. Then, in the Edo period, so somewhere between the 16 to 1800s, another change in faith occurred, as the divine tree was struck by lightning and burned down. By this time, the Tsukumogami faith had a grip on their land, so the people of the town treated old objects with sacredness. Having seen that their oldest object of worship be destroyed, the townsfolk moved to the next oldest thing, which was an Inari statue. Inari is the god of foxes, rice, and tea, as well as other things like success and prosperity. She is one of the main gods within Shintoism, and thus has been known for quite some time. However, the townspeople had mixed the faith of Inari and Tsukumogami to create their own unique faith exclusive to the town. A local historian of the modern day who's been reading up on the town's history, and one who is rather displeased with the town's, quote, superficial faith, asked a local priest about this phenomenon, who then said that Inari came to them in their time of need. The divine tree was the only thing holding back the power of the water dragon, but due to its absence, the town was susceptible to its terror once more. But that was until a family of foxes far out west traveled here to subdue the creature. Faith in the foxes is what bolsters their power, so it's up to the townspeople to pray to the foxes so that they can find the strength to hold the dragon back. Looking into the town, the area where the dragon was subdued has a surprising number of onsens. Removing the religious aspect, the onsens seem to release toxic gas that sprout from the ground like geysers. An investigation has found that land near the mountains has a brittle surface as well, and that with enough time a landslide will occur. But the residents have pushed back on this idea, claiming that there hasn't been one in over hundreds of years, and that Inari is the one who protects them from it. While it could be seen as strange that the people would be so willing to put their trust in such a thing, there could be some truth to their claims. The people of Ibisugaoka worshipped a twisted combination of Tsukumogami and Inari faith. All across town are various shrines dedicated to Inari and her foxes, with tools sometimes being laid out as offerings. But this debate over their religious history and the constant switching of deities has led to some controversy. In 1880, 13 residents of Ibisugaoka were killed in broad daylight. The killer was thought to be a man over 2 meters tall and covered in tree bark made to look like armor. The man was supposedly chanting about the divine tree and how if they don't pray, the dragon will come back and kill them. The same local historian from before believes that it was someone from the divine tree faith who wanted the people to return to worshipping it, even assuming that the garb he wore was meant to mimic the monk who first visited their land. But due to the faith in Inari, the incident is merely a small footnote in their history, and if anything, many believe that it was the work of the divine that smited the man in the first place. One eyewitness report says that a thick fog had crept in along with a pack of glowing wolves. They circled the man, and then before long, both the man, the foxes, and the fog were gone, leaving nothing behind. Further, over time, both Inari and her foxes seem to have been conflated within the faith. See, Inari is a goddess, sometimes referred to as Uka no Mitama, while the fox is her messenger, but many seem to worship them as one and the same, or only mention the fox. A girl named Sakuko, who is a deep believer in faith, believes that both Inari and the fox are in a supernatural battle for power, and that the fox usurped the goddess's position, which explains the discrepancy. But the powers of the fox seem to be far more sinister and far more powerful than you may ever imagine. One of the more notable families in the game's story is the Tsunekis. They are known for their wealth and their status. Every generation, the head of the family is known to have a talent for business and has used times of social unrest to bolster their wealth further. One woman would become a housemaid for the family and document her time there. She recalls the day the young heir of the family and a noblewoman would be arranged in marriage. The heir had relationships with many women though, so he was forced to end all of them, including one with a housemaid named Sachi. Sachi is important because she carries their child within her. Because the arrangement had already been made, the two had vowed to run away and start a new life together. But when the call came down, he would ultimately cast her aside. The Tsunekis then forced her out and left her somewhere far from home. However, the housemaid notes that the child is unmistakably a descendant of the Tsunekis, further saying that she believes this child will make their move when tragedy strikes the wealthy family. A pair of notes in-game titled Strict Mother's Letter seems to be written by Sachi to her son. She mentions how he has noble blood in his veins and that she was never able to reacquaint him with his father, likely on account of her being kicked out when the arrangement was finalized. The boy, named Koto Yuki, would then walk into town and play with some of the other kids. His mother had forbidden him from doing lots of things children would normally do, as she knew that one day he would be the clan leader, so she needed to prepare him for that day. One day, though, he was out with some kids who were chasing a fox throughout the village. The fox had lashed out at the boy, giving him deep cuts at risk of scarring. When taken to the local doctor, Koto Yuki had passed out. He was then taken to a proper hospital to be looked at professionally. Upon arrival, however, the doctors detected no abnormalities, and he was cleared to leave the following morning. But something was off about him. When the doctor called out to him, using his name, Koto Yuki responded, "Ah, so that is my name." The boy's mother had also noticed that he's been applying himself to his schoolwork a lot more than usual. In truth, the boy had been possessed by the spirit of the fox. Fox possession is a common occurrence amongst many folks. A shaman who was possessed by a fox was given premonitions of a great famine. Through this, he was able to stockpile enough food to help his people survive. Another woman helped a starving fox only to be possessed by one and guarded towards some great treasure. But while this seems to be portrayed as a blessing, it can lead to a curse. For a few others who were supposedly possessed by a fox, they experienced great pains and even a desire to crawl on all fours. The possession of the boy likely came from the fox bite he suffered earlier. The boy's father then died sometime later, leaving the spot of clan leader open for him to claim. Although this would require him to leave Ibisugaoka to join his family. This Tsuneki clan is tied to the Inari. If you'll recall, the 8-headed dragon, back when it had that many, demanded young women for sacrifice. But even with the power of the fox, it was still not enough to quench its thirst. So every 8 years, a sacrifice must be made. A maiden pure of heart, one whose blood has been blessed by the stars and fate, shall be sacrificed.
Much better.
Her blood will be mixed with wine and distilled 8 times over. Her organs are then replaced with rice that has been mixed with the master's saliva before being sewn shut.
Jesus.
Then the body shall rest undisturbed until the odor of the wine rises from its skin. She will then be adorned in a garb befitting a bride, laid atop a raft, and sent out to sea. Only then will the beast be quelled. But as a precaution, the ancestors of the clan also put in place a seal that would act as a lock to its prison. Atop this giant rock that would serve as the lock is a shrine called Heaven's Benediction, which would serve as a sanctuary for the clan. Should the seal fail, the clan, sanctuary, and the land will go with it. It seems as though women were lured into their chambers and killed to quell this ancient being. A girl named Mayumi wrote some notes that we can find in this shrine. In the town is a notice board that lists her disappearance, so it seems as though she was taken or lured here. Along with fox possession is a term called fox wedding. Older folks use this term to describe when a girl is spirited away. It's not entirely clear if this was created to give families a way to heal from the troubling revelation that their daughters were kidnapped, but it seems to have caught on. Well, Mayumi seems to have been spirited away and taken to the shrine. She writes about the relationship between gods and mortals and comments on her blessed blood. She then goes on to ponder who the next person will be, saying that she will do her best to make sure they transition well into their new life. However, we never hear from her again, and given her explicit mention of the blessed blood, it's fair to assume the worst. It's also possible that Sakuko may have been next, or was at least being scouted by the clan. A note in-game mentions the Igarshi family, which is Sakuko's, commenting on how they are the last descendants, although it's unclear whether they meant the last descendants of the clan or those of blessed blood. Inari also made sure that they ruled with fear. The man who has been documenting much of the town's history did so with a purpose. He did this to expose the corruption underneath. His father called out the town for using faith as a way to embezzle taxes from the locals. Shortly after, he died in an accident, with many claiming it was a divine punishment. He would then later become an atheist, hoping to show the people through research their twisted and manipulative faith. But he writes this journal we find of his because he slowly started dying. At the beginning of the month, he lost his appetite. Eating any food at all results in him vomiting. Within all that vomit was the larva of a locust.
Oh.
The day before he wrote these notes, he woke up to a sudden coughing fit, only to cough out a grasshopper and a cricket.
Jesus.
He can barely move at this point in the journal, not only surrounded by bugs, but also the constant noise of them inside his body. He could feel them move around in his skull, even planting their eggs to grow more. But even in this final moment, he refuses to believe that this was divine punishment for questioning the gods. However, his circumstance is not unique. A local farmer told his son about a story of 2 drunk police officers that kicked over a statue of Inari. The following day, the officers' bodies were found with insects and small bugs inside them. 9 other cases have been reported, all having the same MO, with bugs and eggs either near or within the victim. One of them even claimed to bear a grudge against Inari. Police who handled these bodies were also reportedly disposing of them without so much as a second glance being granted to them, possibly in fear of angering the gods who punished these people. So it's clear that something is going on.
Okay.
And that somehow, it gets worse. Something stirred within Koto Yuki. He remembered the girl who helped patch him up when the fox attacked him. He was so in love with her that he wanted to study and become better. So
I remember that. That was, if I'm being completely honest, that was like really like glossed the fuck over. That was like a really, really, really like small thing that just happened. Like for no apparent reason either. It was, she was in the playground and she goes, well, this place is untouched and all the, and then she has the memory of the kid being attacked by the fox. And that's literally the only time you see much of anything regarding that. Okay.
Match. He wants nothing more than to make this girl his wife. According to the nine-tailed fox who possesses him, once in a blue moon, a girl is born who is blessed with extraordinary power. When born, the successor of their clan has a curse placed upon him, which gives him a desire to seek out that girl and make her his wife. This girl happens to be the one who helped Koto Yuki when the fox injured him, and the one he's been obsessing over. That being none other than our protagonist, Shimizu Hinako. That was a quick rundown of the history of the town and the backstory behind some of the game's events.
Okay.
Like I said earlier, I'd like to now talk about the literal interpretation of the game's story regarding Koto Yuki.
That is a lot. And I agree. That really is a lot to... Okay, let me put it this way. I kind of feel like what they're doing specifically is... maybe they're trying to go, say, like more of a Dark Souls route. And I don't necessarily mean that in the sense that, like, oh, it's all combat and everything, but I mean, like, how you figure out everything that's going on, right? Instead of just telling us or giving us clues that you don't have to go looking for and so on, they're taking the Dark Souls approach where you have to figure it all out by picking up notes and reading journals and so on. I don't mind it, but in a game that's this story heavy, it's a little harder to balance. I agree completely.
Yuki, Hinako, and the fox god that moves the plot forward. Afterwards, I'll delve into the metaphors and the more speculative parts of the game. As such, much of this current section will recap the game's events and endings. If you've just come off a playthrough and already understand the events of this story, feel free to skip ahead.
Oh, is it Sophia? Oh, well, thank you. There's only one more thing I can do, and it's just changing the temperature of that light. But other than that, it works really, really well. I can tell you right now, I don't, as you can see by my hand, but it's because the light is right. I don't look like a fucking tomato.
To the next chapter in the timeline. For everyone else, let's continue.
Dark Souls you can get by without reading at all if you want to, just play for the combat, but a game like this doesn't really have that. That is true.
The game begins with Hinako being yelled at by her father. To get away from it all, she decides to go into town and see some of her friends. She'll meet with her friend Shu, whom she's hung out with since they were kids, and her other friends Rinko and Sakuko. During their talk, though, some kind of corruption sneaks into the town. It kills Sakuko while the others manage to flee. As Hinako is chased by a being barely seen within the fog, she is saved by an unknown person who she believes to be her sister Junko. she'll happen to find her way back to the store where Sakuko was killed.
Also, I understand that the name is Junko. I get it. But because of the way that it's pronounced in Japanese throughout the entire story, we never really get like a clear definition of how it's actually supposed to be pronounced. So I just chuckle every time because in English it just looks like Junko.
As she leaves the store, she is attacked by various creatures conjured up by the corruption before collapsing. Hinako will collapse at various points throughout the game and end up in the Dark Shrine world. Once again, I'll talk about this in just a moment. As she wakes up, Shu and Hinako try to look for Rinko, who fled in another direction and went back home. As they meet with Rinko, it's pretty clear that she's not happy to see Hinako, as she was only hoping it was just Shu. The trio then devises a plan to escape, but can't as the only bridge connecting the town to the major city was destroyed. So they decide to go to Shu's place, as there is a highway behind their mountain that they could use to escape. Rinko and Hinako then go downstairs to get some bandages for the road ahead, but Rinko pushes Hinako down the stairs.
Yeah.
As Shu walks in to see what happens, Rinko simply calls her a klutz for falling. Hinako seems well aware of what happened, although she refuses.
Also, I will say, that look that Rinko gave fucking Hinako when Hinako was walking down that flight of stairs, holy shit. My God, you could tell she wanted Hinako dead so fucking fast. They did a really, really, really good job with that look. That was an insane look.
Just do speak up about it. The three then maneuver their way through the streets while making their way to the middle school, as that is the next path they need to take. As they walk around the school, they find that the gate is locked, which forces Hinako to find a key. Once she does, they offer to keep guard while she rests. After her nap, she finds that both of them have disappeared. Assuming they went on ahead, she makes her way to Shu's house, only to not find them there either. A knock on the door is heard. Believing it to be Rinko and Shu, she opens the door only to find the fog monster from earlier. As she awakes once more, she will get a call from her mother telling her to come home, with Rinko and Shu's screams being heard in the background. As she makes her way back home, she finds that her home is not what it used to be. Rooms have been added and altered, even hers. Within the house is also a shadow version of herself. The shadow version of her urges to think about what's going on. She subtly hints at the fact of her being the fog monster, as she says that she could have killed her at any point, but there is a reason she let her live. If she doesn't figure it out soon, though, the shadow will have no choice but to kill her, her family, her friends, and everyone else.
Okay.
After she navigates through the maze of rooms, she will find Shu, Rinko, and Sakuko all hanging from the ceiling, while her mother and father seem to be affected by the corruption. After she defeats this corruption, we can see it leave their bodies before they walk outside. Following behind them, Hinako sees the fog monster, which grabs her parents and kills them. While this is all happening, during the moments where Hinako is either knocked out, sleeping, or passing out, she's being transported to another dimension, called the Dark Shrine world. Evidence in-game points to this being Silent Hill F's take on the Otherworld. The Otherworld was a different plane of existence, so to speak, that was layered on top of the real world and the fog world. It was noted that the Otherworld was different for each person. Angela at the end of Silent Hill 2 was seen on a burning staircase. She claimed that it was always like this, whereas for James, this was the first time he was seeing it, implying that they were each seeing different things.
Yes.
Silent Hill F seems to be following the same formula. One note describes this place as hell, while the other a paradise.
I mean, okay, and I can kind of see it, but again, that's also based on the premise that with Silent Hill 2, everybody is in the same physical place, but the manifestations for each person depend on their own personal horrors. Which is quite literally why it's called Silent Hill. You see what I mean? Like, it's this really convoluted thing, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around that one.
With flowers and lakes. Hinako's seems to not match either description, thus this represents her own specific otherworld, or Dark Shrine as the journal calls it. Initially, she is lost, having no clue where she has ended up, which will later make the acquaintance of a guy simply known as Fox Mask. Fox Mask acts like a regular old Prince Charming, caring for and helping Hinako when she needs it. While walking with him, Hinako is told about a ritual that she must undergo. We can see that she seems to be in a delusion, as she doesn't actually see Fox Mask, yet is still obeying him. She is then convinced to take part in the ritual, which begins by killing her friends. All of them are already within the traps that will take their lives. Hinako just has to get the mechanism working. Despite her friends pleading with her, she stays silent.
Yeah, this whole thing, whether it be Sakuko, and leaving Sakuko in the dark, alone, screaming by herself, or Rinko in the cage and being lowered into the lava, or Shu being chained, and then, we pull the lever and he ends up being suffocated because he's hanged, right? Or strangled, I should say, because he's hanged. That's more of a metaphor in her mind for letting go of her childhood friends. So it's a, in the Dark Shrine world, it's a wedding. But in order for her to go through with it, for the purposes of her mind to kind of, I guess you can say, what's the best way to put this? To kind of reconcile what's going on, these are visual representations of what it takes to let go of her friends.
Unwilling to offer them a reason for her actions. They also die in the same way the game presented them earlier, with Shu hanging in both scenes and Rinko having noticeable burn marks on her body as she was dropped into lava. She will then be forced to cut off her own arm and replace it with a large white fox arm.
If you want to equate it to a real world thing, it's likely just her saying goodbye to her friends as they wish her well on her wedding. Yeah, and because they're wishing her well and stuff like that, she's in her head, she has to let them go. That's why she has no emotion when it comes to literally any of them when she does what she does to them.
Get the family crest burned onto her back, and have her face peeled off and replaced with a fox mask. You can tell by this point that Hinako is completely under his spell. She barely feels any pain during the process, and continues to obey him at every turn.
Barely feels any pain? Wait, hang on. Where did we get barely feels any pain? I'm pretty sure she felt a lot of fucking pain when she literally was biting down on the bit and had to saw her own arm off. Pretty sure that doesn't qualify as barely feels any pain. Not to mention, the only reason why she was able to get through the branding of the family crests on her back was because she was holding on to Fox Mask's arms while she bore the pain. And then he did the same thing again for her when they literally peeled her face off and sewed the mask on. I'm not entirely sure where he's getting barely feels any pain.
She does start to slip though, questioning if she is Shimizu Hinako, constantly repeating her name to herself as if she's trying to convince herself who she really is. But with most of the ritual complete, it's on to the ceremony. The two get together and exchange wedding bands.
Like,
this
I'm sorry, I got stuck. I literally just got stun locked on barely feels any pain. Just because you decide not to, like, bite down on a bit when you're going to be branded, or you're going to be whipped, or you're going to saw your own arm off, or you're going to have your face peeled off and have a mask sewn on, that's more akin to trying to put on a brave face for somebody that she is trying to come to terms with the fact that she's marrying to still look good and look brave in his eyes, versus, oh yeah, no, it'll just fucking rub some dirt on it, it'll be fine. I have no idea where he got barely feels any pain. She was crying and whimpering and literally was a mess the entire time. But she's seeing it as I'm trying to kill them. I'm killing them. They're dead to me now. Yeah.
The final door, and after enough time, Hinako can be seen infected with the corruption before returning into the Shiro Muku, aka the Fog Monster. Back to where we left off, Hinako then goes after the Fog Monster, threatening revenge for what it did to her family. She confronts the beast at the center of town, the epicenter of the corruption, before being killed. Fog Monster Hinako then makes her way back home, meets with her parents, and kills them, just as we saw only a few minutes ago. Hinako, despite just dying, then wakes up in the Dark Shrine world. She doesn't recognize this place and has never been here before, despite what we saw earlier. She'll find the altar where Hinako and the Fox Mask got married, and then find Junko. She starts to have a panic attack as she isn't sure where she is and doesn't like it here. She then hastily pulls out a pillbox from her pocket. Shu gave these to her at the beginning of the game, and you've likely seen them around the map.
Yep.
She then takes more pills, fights with Junko over them, destroys the Table of Offerings, and then confronts the Shiromuku again. A fight to the death ensues with Hinako coming out on top. She will then run away to safety, but the world flashes between the real world and the Dark Shrine world. We can also hear the voices of other people as she sprints by them. She then, while dazed and exhausted, finds the Shiromuku again, threatening to kill it before it cuts to black. As the ending comes to a close, we hear of a police report. A woman in her 20s armed with a knife and wearing a wedding dress killed people at a ceremony. Pills found at the wedding venue were also found at the altar, the very same pills that Hinako just took.
Yeah, so even he said it. The police say that it's a knife, but then you clearly see in this cutscene that it's a pipe. That one really threw me for a loop. I can understand the pills. I can understand she's actually the bride. I get that. But why are they saying knife when this is clearly not knife? Now, granted, I don't know what the Japanese word for pipe is, and I also don't know what the Japanese word for knife, just standard knife, is, but I can guarantee you they're both different words.
Now, the reason why Shu gave these to her is something that's discussed in Ending 2. I did, however, want to note that there is a growing sentiment amongst the fanbase that this substance is White Claudia. This drug was last seen in Silent Hill 1 and was described as a white flower grown near water and used in religious ceremonies. It was also described as a hallucinogen. Silent Hill 2 Remake added this drug into its game to create a new ending that sees James hallucinate his life with Mary. The reason for the connection is that the drugs clearly made Hinako hallucinate. There is also a white flower growing near some water next to Shu's house, and he recently read up on an herb that's said to also be used in religious ceremonies. But once this ending has been achieved, you gain access to New Game Plus as well as the other endings. Endings 2 and 3 result in both versions of Hinako confronting each other. In Ending 2, Hinako is angry that her Fox version
Gotcha, Vag. That makes a little bit more sense.
Took away her parents and her friends. Vowing to get her life back, she fights the Fox version but is corrupted by some evil spirit and is sent away. Shu then comes in and tries to save Fox Hinako from Fox Mask.
Oh shit, wait a minute, that's right. Because the other thing that the police chatter said was that, if I remember correctly, there were a bunch of other people that were injured, or there was another crime scene or something like that, and that they should be on the lookout for the same suspect at the wedding venue. So that, you're right, that does make more sense.
To learn is named Koto Yuki. Koto Yuki wants to build a life with her, while Shu wants things to stay the same, and she can't accept that. Sooner or later, she will have to grow up and move on, and Koto Yuki will let her. Shu admits that he gave her the pills so that she couldn't get married to Koto Yuki, further hoping that she would have seen how much he cared for her and that he would be a better candidate. But he also says that it was wrong of him to do that, and he should care about his best friend and her accomplishments. Shu then transforms into a demon named Tsukumo Gami. Fox Hinako kills it, removing its hold over Shu.
Yes.
Shu then talks to Koto Yuki. Both of them talk to Hinako like an object.
Which, by the way, would also explain why they're a hell of a lot easier to kill in that last sequence, because they are unaware. Some might be trying to, like, physically stop her, but it doesn't matter because she's already had her psychotic break at that point. So she's just fucking absolutely massacring everybody who that weren't expecting it, which again feeds into why they were so easy compared to in the town, or honestly the rest of the game.
Shu mentions how Koto Yuki must look after her and that he is simply lending her to him. Koto Yuki corrects him though, saying that Hinako is his and belongs to him only. Ultimately though, the boys do agree that they are the only ones who truly understand her and become friends in the end. We can then see Fox Hinako in the Shiromuku outfit again, and the final scene shows her and Koto Yuki seemingly happy with their new life together. But then we see Hinako's face on the floor in distress as she worries that she will be just like her mother, an outcome she does not want. In Ending 3, she fights with Fox Hinako again but is stopped by Koto Yuki. Shu then comes by and attacks him with a bat. Koto Yuki then transforms into a seven-tailed fox. Throughout the fight, Koto Yuki goes back to his human form. He tells her that he's done everything to make sure her life is the best, and yet even after all that, she still rejects him.
Yes. So again, there's your Kami, which is the seven-tailed fox. your kitsune. And if I remember correctly, they have up to 9 tails, and each tail represents more power. So he's a pretty powerful one.
All Hinako ever wanted, though, was to live her own life and make her own decisions. In the end, Koto Yuki goes back to his human form and understands that he was wrong. Hinako won't forget his kindness and thanks him for understanding her. She and Shu then leave, comment on each other's outfits, and prance around the town. But reports came in that the geysers within the town have sprouted, forcing everyone to evacuate the town. The Tsuneki clan was holding back the poisonous water dragon from destroying the town, but now that they've been defeated and the seal over the prison was removed, nothing is able to stop the beast from enacting its revenge. In the fourth and true ending, Fox Hinako and Hinako realize that they are just pawns in a religious war. Inari wants to keep its faith intact, while the Tsukumogami wants to remove Inari, and they've been using the two Hinakos to enact their plans. In the end, both Hinakos face off against their respective bosses and defeat them, not only rescuing Koto Yuki, who's also been a pawn in this large war, but also giving them the chance to finally choose their own destiny. And then, finally, in classic Silent Hill fashion, it has a joke ending. Ribisu Gaoka is the plot of a movie that sparked her and Shu's interest in a game they played called Space Wars.
Yep.
They attempt to find out who the real alien is amongst the group, as the aliens are disguised as humans. While they were unable to find any, the mastermind behind the alien invasion is revealed to be Mira the dog, who, even 20 years later, is still causing havoc in the world of Silent Hill.
God damn it, Mira.
Hopefully this explains the story of Silent Hill F, at least in regards to how the game tells it to us. Now that the literal interpretation of the game has been explained, we can now move into the more speculative, but more interesting section about how Hinako might be making all of this up. The game never explicitly says that this is the case, but there are a few moments that hint at this, and when understood, lots of the game's meaning changes in the process. This is why I wanted to save this rambling for last.
Okay.
A lot is going on in Silent Hill F.
Oh,
and
you
a lot
think?
of events that occur can be seen as metaphorical, while those same events can be taken literally. For Hinako specifically, I once again believe this story takes place entirely within her own head, as she attempts to grapple with her arranged marriage, and the endings are what happened during the real ceremony. In ending 1, the police report says that the suspect is in her 20s, despite Hinako wearing a high school uniform. And in ending 3, the two playfully joke about their outfits. Hinako says that Shu looks pretty weird in a tie, while Shu says that she looks pretty weird in that. But Shu isn't wearing a tie, and Hinako's outfit is a common school uniform, something she's worn throughout the whole game. Her outfit also goes back to normal at the end too, despite no indication that it was swapped out for a new one. Shu might actually be wearing a suit and tie, while Hinako could be wearing the Shiromuku dress, as that was traditionally worn during a wedding. The talks with Junko then, where she mentions Hinako running out of time, is in reference to her wedding day. Hinako and Fox Hinako are two sides of the same Hinako, the one who wants to marry Koto Yuki and the other who doesn't. That's why endings 2 and 3 are basically what happens if one side wins. If the Fox version wins, she gets married, and that's the side of her that wanted Koto Yuki's hand in marriage. Ending 3 was won by the side that didn't want that, which explains why she escapes with Shu. And these boss fights are really just arguments and discussions. That's why neither Shu nor Koto Yuki dies, they just come to an understanding. Hinako's conversations with Shu also seem to suggest that the two are reminiscing and talking about her dilemma. Shu continually says how he will always respect her decision, no matter what. Meaning that her choice to get married or not is her own, and that he will be okay with whatever she chooses. Hinako also mentions that both she and Shu are thinking of the past despite all that's going on. This one has a bit of a double meaning, as it's both a reference to the monsters and literal destruction of the town, but one can also interpret this as them thinking back on their childhood, the day of her wedding. That's why I believe the real Hinako is much older, and on her wedding day is thinking back to her life as a teen, while trying to come up with a decision as to what to do about this marriage with Koto Yuki. As for why she is thinking of a younger self, well, most of this game talks about her spreading her wings like a bird. There is a near constant mention to it everywhere in-game, from puzzle pieces to in-game dialogue. Hinako hasn't grown up yet. She's running away from her problems, something that directly contributes to the first ending. This is a coming-of-age story, and one of reflection, so she's thinking back on her life in a rather vivid way to decide what to do, to marry Koto Yuki or not. And so, now that we have the basic story structure laid out, let me try to explain why I think this.
Okay.
Silent Hill F's main character is Shimizu Hinako. Her family consists of her father, mother, and older sister. Hinako's relationship with her family is complicated. Her father is a drunk who spends his days drinking and yelling at his family, while her mother only seeks to calm him down. She rarely ever talks back to him and accepts any punishments that come her way. This has caused her to have a rather jaded view of her family. But through it all, she still loves her sister Junko, They used to play together all the time when they were kids. However, ever since she got married, she hasn't seen her much. Marriage is not only a core part of this game, but it's a core part of Hinako's current feelings. Silent Hill F takes place during the 1960s. Marriage back then was not what it's like now. The Showa era of Japan seems to be defined by arranged marriages. This was often done for social or economic reasons.
Yeah.
Hinako is being married off to pay for her father's debts. Her father used to be a happy man. He had dreams of owning a restaurant with a friend of his, but that friend ran off with his money, leaving him broken in debt. Hinako's mom also seems to have been diagnosed with cancer, which would require her father to take out more loans and thus have more debt to pay for. Judging by the description of the note, it seems though Hinako also never knew about this. Hinako was then set to marry Koto Yuki, but life has taught her to fear marriage, as she sees the way it affects those of her family and how men often treat women. Her father is an awful father and husband. He treats the whole family terribly. He expects Hinako to respect him, but never gives it back, and if she doesn't respect him, then he gets angry. He expects his wife to cook and clean despite being fully capable, and then complains when it's not up to his standards. He then tries to pin all of his problems on everyone else, and then drinks all day and scolds his family, even throwing a knife at Hinako during an argument. It's also rather telling that the male enemies in this game are either these disgusting large blobs of mass, or lecherous skinny beings who pounce on her and lick her face, while the women are all designed with accentuated figures. Like previous Silent Hill games, the enemies are based off the feelings and beliefs held by the protagonist, and Hinako's journal helps explain things. She described the aforementioned monsters having greedy eyes, greasy palms, and hates the fact that it's not only chummy with her, but that it never bothers attacking other men.
Well, okay, but here's and maybe this is a maybe this is also a thing that they kind of baked into the design. And again, it very well could be that maybe I'm just thinking way too far ahead, or way too deep. But if you look at all the women figures, right? We already know that all the men are these hulking monsters and so on. And that's all well and fine. And then, but the women are also, in their own way, timid. But there's a big but here. If you look at what the men are typically wielding, right, which are like the giant fuck off knives, the women are wielding something typically much smaller, which could be, instead of like, in her mind, she could be looking at something along the lines of when her father threw the knife itself, for what it was actually really, really big. And that's all well and fine. However, when her mother is sitting there and going, yeah, but you have to obey your father, you get back here and you listen to him and so on, that's an emotional knife that's just kind of really being stuck in and twisted. So it doesn't have to be this big, massive fucking knife that the big hulking monsters are using that could represent her father or could represent just men in general or whatever. But even something like this could be more of an emotional thing because her mother is, again, not only subservient, but she's also very much an enabler when it comes to Hinako's father's behavior. Just found that very interesting.
Kashimashi, as the website calls them, is covered in wounds and stitches, contorted in various positions. The variant of it we find in the Dark Shrine world even has swords for legs, to which she says, quote, "Did someone sever both its legs and replace them so that it could not go anywhere? Or was this creature brought into existence so that it could end up like this?"
Well, and also, if I remember correctly, Japanese wives are supposed to be subservient, though. That's a part of the culture, yes. In a lot of ways, traditionally, yes, absolutely. But her mother is also an enabler, right? So her mother knows that what's happening is wrong in terms of the father being abusive. But when Hinako turns around and actually tries to stand up to him, her mother will turn and look at Hinako and basically tell her to shut the fuck up and sit back down. Right? So not only is she being subservient and letting him abuse her, but then she's also enabling and justifying the actions that he's taking when she yells at Hinako to get back here, or to sit down, or to listen to him, or whatever, instead of acknowledging that this is wrong. So she acknowledges that it's wrong for herself, but she has no problem throwing Hinako under the bus. You know what I mean? Also, and this is something that he just brought up, when it says that it's written, you know, she goes, oh, well, I mean, were these meant to, you know, limit women to go everywhere? If I remember correctly, wasn't a tradition in that part of the world for a long time crushing women's feet to fit into very, very, very small shoes so that they couldn't actually, like, run away? Like, I know there's a little bit more to it, because obviously that was also a style and so on, to bind feet so they grow stunted. Yeah. But is it her place to speak against her husband? I mean, it depends, but either way, the end result is the same, right? So she may not necessarily be actively enabling, but she's 100% enabling. Like, she may not even recognize that she's doing it, but by literally telling Hinako, okay, you need to sit down and listen to him, even though she knows full well that he is going to abuse the ever-living fuck out of her, she tells her to do it anyway. Which is just, it's justifying everything that he's doing. Right? So either way, it's still enabling.
Their doll-like limbs also seem to convey the puppet-like existence that they may have. Within both worlds is also this large creature made to look pregnant.
No, that's not pregnant. That is a pile of boobs.
Grotesque design is clearly meant to portray her view of childbirth. She considers this monster a vile show of life, preferring to die rather than turn into something like this. Even her parents get specific mention in her journal. Her father looks exactly like one of those larger enemies within the game, conveying that she may see all the men the same. Her mother, on the other hand, has her own design. The red flowers on her body could signify markings of abuse. Other evidence throughout the game corroborates these feelings. There's a fashion magazine that says a woman is only complete when she's loved. Near a farm, you can find a note from a wife addressed to her parents asking for forgiveness. She no longer recognizes her husband, mentioning how he gets drunk and violent these days, while also mentioning a potentially selfish act. Judging from the loud bang and the fact that one of the female enemies appears, I believe that she either killed her husband or took her own life. Near Shu's house is a small shed that serves as someone's sanctuary.
Well, last selfish act, I would assume it's that she took her own life.
The writer of the note demands that there be more women here, and when you enter, various kashimashi bodies are found on the floor.
And I only say that because it doesn't matter whether it's suicide, as we see it in the West, or as they see it in Japan, or basically anywhere else. It's always looked at as a very selfish act. And if she's apologizing for a final selfish act, that would probably mean that she's not only doing it, and she's not only taking her own life, but because it's regarded as selfish, it's probably the only thing that she feels that she can do that she still has agency over.
Conveniently placed male enemy right outside. Some notes talk about claiming Hinako and how they belong to her. There is a painting of her in the Dark Shrine world. This one also removes her face along with the other women next to her. Hinako views adults, marriage, her parents, and the relationship between men and women a lot differently than most. She believes women are just objects for men, things who are treated no differently than animals. The monsters are meant to showcase either the literal wounds these women had from their husbands, or how some feel tied down by marriage, unable to escape their lives because they were born as women. She recalls the time that she saw Junko at the hospital about to give birth. All Junko could do was throw up and groan. Her hands were rough and chapped, and her face had aged decades overnight. She was a totally different person. To Hinako, this is what happens to women. They all end up like Junko or her mother, both suffering in different but many ways. This is why she could never see eye to eye with her sister. Junko is a woman who cares about the results, whereas Hinako cares about choice. In terms of marriage and happiness, Junko only seeks happiness as a result, regardless of how that comes. Whereas Hinako would rather struggle and make wrong choices in life as long as she gets to say that they're hers, not choices made for her.
Yeah.
She has a rather forward-thinking and progressive mindset when it comes to the concepts of autonomy and gender roles, which is, unfortunately for her, a rare stance to take in this era. Most accept the status quo, which she completely disagrees with. But all of this conflict about marriage, about how the women in her life are treated, and how the men she's seen act around women, it's all led to her questioning her own arranged marriage with Koto Yuki. Throughout the game, Hinako has been chased and apprehended by the Shiromuku. Its mere existence and the constant corruption that spreads throughout the town are likely meant to represent how much time she has left before she has to make a decision. Besides the red flesh, there is a significant amount of spider lilies, which often represent death and rebirth. This decision, no matter which one is chosen, is going to have a major impact on Hinako's life.
Yeah.
She will be reborn, something she even says herself, and that's what they represent. But evidence within the game suggests that she does have feelings for Koto Yuki. Koto Yuki definitely likes Hinako. She has within her possession various notes he had sent her over the years. But a letter called Letter with a Pressed Flower was sent from Hinako to him.
Okay, there used to be nothing I hated more in the world than being forced to live as a proper girl, but when I think of you, I start to wonder if maybe, just maybe, there was a reason I was born a girl. I hope these feelings will reach you like dandelion seeds carried in the wind. Oh, interesting, okay. Again, a lot of this stuff is through, like, 4 or 5 different playthroughs, which... that's why we're watching this, because there's no way in hell, especially for stream, unless I want to do like a challenge run or something like that, that we're gonna be sitting down and playing this again and again and again and again and again.
With my theory of mine that some of this is in her head, this makes the interactions between them a little bit different. Most of the Dark Shrine trips are about Koto Yuki cozying up to her before Hinako eventually devotes her mind and body to him. It first starts with her killing her friends. This part about the killing is actually kind of a signature flourish in this game, at least I believe it to be. Junko talks about killing her other half. Shadow Hinako...
It's letters like this that I'm like, it's not like she didn't like him either. Her whole struggle in this game seemed a tiny bit contrived. Well, I mean, I understand where you're coming from. I totally understand where you're coming from. I guess... and maybe this is where, like, you and I kind of have a tough time with this stuff. But this is going to sound really, really, really cliche, but we never had to deal with it. Because, yeah, quite literally, because we're not women, right? And maybe that's kind of the point, is like we're looking at it through a different lens, but the game itself is trying to explain that even if she does like him, it doesn't matter because it wasn't her choice to begin with, right? And whether or not she has the choice is more important than just being locked in a gilded cage. Maybe that's what they're trying to do. And to be completely honest, I kind of applaud him for it. I'd like to get a second opinion about this, but I did ask Kat and my sister, and they're both in agreeance. Agreeance about what? In the Western culture, women have the choice of marrying whether they love someone or not. And it doesn't really help this case because this is written by a man. Well, no, I mean, that's true. That Hinako's struggle is a little contrived. No, I'm not saying it's not contrived, but maybe that's where the dissonance is. Maybe he was trying to write it that way, and it just didn't. You know what I mean? Like, maybe it just didn't translate well. I mean, the Cat and my sister agree that it's a tiny... Oh, no, I know what you meant. I know exactly what you meant. What I mean is like, maybe it's because it is written by a dude who never had to go through any of this, right? That that doesn't really translate so well because, again, you know, women and men come from very different backgrounds, right? So, I mean, I don't know. There is a disconnect there for sure. And I totally agree that there is a disconnect and that there is a dissonance. But I can't really tell you one way or the other why. Maybe it's, I mean, there's a million different reasons as to possibly why, you know? As a woman madly in love with her fiance, the fact that I had to leave my family and move 1,000 miles away made that marriage a really difficult choice. Okay. Which, fair. So I can see where Hinako is struggling. Okay. Okay. And I can see that. I can totally see that. And I don't mean this in a bad way either. I really don't mean this in a bad way either. So please just bear with me. But Cat, problem is that it seemed like Hinako absolutely despised her friends and family. Yeah, to an extent. But so here's the other thing too, right? Is that Kat and your sister are of certain generations that are modern. You know what I mean? Whereas any generation that's older than us had to deal with very real things that we kind of only read about now. Or like maybe if we're lucky, see video of. So like, for instance, there's no way we can like equate to 1962 Japan. It's a night and day thing. If I look at Japan, I look at Japan through the lens of Chris Broad from Abroad in Japan, or Sea-Dog VA, Connor, or Premiere 2, or like any of these other guys and even women that are living in Japan, and they're showing us how great it is, and, you know, going through not only the good stuff, but the darker stuff too. But there is a whole history that we just can't relate to because there were so many things going on that are so foreign to us. You know? At one point, I even thought she was actually in modern time and she's just seeing 1960s in traditional Japan, but it doesn't have to. Well, no, I think it's taking place in 1960s Japan, for sure. I think it is. I totally think it is. Also, it's good to see you, buddy.
Talks about killing her, and various notes in the game mention that Hinako is dead or has disappeared. I assume that this is the game using colorful language to convey a point. Hinako can't possibly be dead, because the one person who believes her to be, Rinko, also talks to her throughout the game. It's clear to me that the various notes are implying that Hinako has moved on with her life because of the marriage. This connects somewhat to killing her friends, because I see this as Hinako abandoning her friends since she now has to become a wife. Sort of like how Junko really keeps in contact with her these days.
I'm sorry, I still like, just because of the way it's shown in the subtitles, I still love calling her Junko.
She's basically being isolated from everyone, so that all she has left is her husband and his family. That's when she's expected to take part in the transformation. This transformation is meant to be gross, because that's how Hinako sees it.
Fair.
She's not literally replacing her arm and face, she is giving up these parts of herself to be married.
Yes.
Again, Hinako has a very specific view of marriage, seeing it as this depraved, meaningless thing. That's why in some of the endings, we can hear the names Shimizu Hinako, and then just...
Please understand, though, I was raised very traditionally, almost antebellum South. Again, and I think that's actually really, really important, though, is that even by Western standards, there were a lot of times, especially way, way back, where an arranged marriage was not uncommon, right? It's definitely more common in a lot of Eastern cultures, but there was a period of time in Western cultures where arranged marriages were a thing as well. So almost antebellum South is, that's about as close to it as you can get in terms of beliefs and culture and so on, right? So yeah, it wasn't arranged, but it had to be the right person. Yeah. They're very, 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 very traditional, and very, very, very set in their ways. There was a thing that I was going to say, and I completely just... So the way Hinako is looking at the marriage. So, for instance, when she's branded, he already explained that she's being branded with his family's crest, which she deems as an ugly ritual because she doesn't really want to go through with it anyway. So it might as well be somebody taking a really hot iron brand and driving it into her skin, right? Or her face being peeled off and being replaced with a fox mask. Again, it's because she is now his. Things like that.
Hinako throw.
But it's emotionally painful for her. It's not physically painful, although emotional pain can 1,000,000% translate into physical. But it's just that in her head, it turns into a physical embodiment of her emotional pain of this wedding.
Around. Women often take the names of their husbands, so she will no longer be Shimizu Hinako anymore, just Hinako. At the end of the game, her father says that she isn't welcome back.
Does Junko have to wear the rat mask or whatever an owl mask? Yes. And that's because she is already married. So the Junko that we see, even at the start of the game, is already married and had been married off, which is why she's not wearing her face anymore. She's wearing the face of, she's wearing the mask of her husband. Yeah, her husband's brand, exactly. Yep.
Even if she returns alone, do not expect to be welcomed home. In the patriarchal system that Hinako lives through, most women were absorbed into the husband's families, and they were likely expected to stay that way.
Mm-hmm.
It's the most likely explanation for why the women in the Dark Shrine world have all these masks with stitches on them similar to Hinako's, while the men simply have masks and an unaffected face. The women are expected to upend their entire lives and move in with a whole new family, likely never seeing their old friends and family again, while the men simply just have a new wife. It's probably why the game tells you to head to the Shimizu residence and not call it home, despite the previous chapters using terms like Rinko's house and Shu's home. Those are their places, their homes. To Hinako, her home is now just the Shimizu residence, and she is no longer a part of her original family.
Yep.
It may even explain why Hinako points out that the house looks different than she remembers. In the coming years, the house will be renovated and changed while she's off with her husband, so even her old memories will soon wither away. One of the notes in-game, the solemn letter, even says that when the flesh has rotted away and bone turned to dust, thou shalt serve, implying that even in death, she will still be a part of this new family. This erosion of her past life is what scares her. I think that's why there is such an emphasis on the Shimizu part of her name, because she'll be giving that up to be with someone she's forced to be with, while also adopting their new way of life and status.
Well, okay, but here's another thing, too, that I think, again, for us stupid Westerners, okay, doesn't necessarily translate over well, so that's kind of why I'm explaining it, and Dawn and Vaj, please correct me if I'm wrong. But in Japanese culture, the family name always comes first. So if you're looking at Hideo Kojima, in the West, Hideo is his name, the surname is Kojima. But in Japan, it's Kojima Hideo, because he is of the family Kojima, and he is Hideo of that family. Right? So it's not just that Hinako is going to have a name change like here in the West. where it's like, oh, well, you've gone from, I don't know, Caitlin Smith to Caitlin Johnson, right? You're still the same person. You're just changing your last name to show that, you're married to your husband. In Japanese culture, traditionally speaking, and because of the way that the names are actually like lined, the names are actually ordered, literally your entire, what's the word I'm looking for here? Your entire identity is, this is the family you represent. This is you. Right? So the family, the actual familial unit, because it is the greater whole, you are in the greater whole. In Japanese culture, when you're greeting someone, it's always by their last and family name. Yeah.
Thus why she has a fox mask and the crest of...
Unless you're very familiar, then you would use their first name, so to speak. Which makes sense.
...the family on her back. She would be a different woman, who will have to be with a husband she never got to choose, who will also have to say goodbye to her parents and friends, as she will likely never see them again. Or, even if she does, as Fox Hinako says in Ending 2, it will not be like it used to be.
But again, I think that, doesn't that also play into the identity of the person, right? So, if it's Kojima-san, okay, fine, you're... Obviously, if somebody says Kojima-san, we all know they're talking about Hideo Kojima. But that's something that was brought over to the West by how it's talked about in Japan. So, in Japan, his identity is Kojima-san. Right? So, for example, if I met Hinako in person, I'd greet her as Shimizu-san or whichever instead of Hinako. Yes, because it's identifying her family or her identity as part of the family versus talking to her as an individual. So it's like a more formal, like calling somebody Mr. or Miss Shimizu, right? I do miss calling friends by their last name, something we do in elementary and high school because of our name tags show surnames. Oh, no kidding, okay.
And the thought of that terrifies her. Besides this, the rest of the game also focuses on Hinako's relationship with her friends. Hinako was someone who really didn't conform to the traditional expectations of gender. Many of the girls liked to play with dolls, while the boys would play hide-and-seek or dodgeball. She, however, liked to play both, but her peers never accepted her. The boys only saw her as a girl, so they never invited her, and the girls saw how much she played with the boys, so they didn't want her either. Rinko also asks why Hinako always talks so manly, when to her this is just how she speaks. Hinako finds all of this rather strange. She says that kids of the Showa era never get along with the opposite gender, which confuses her because she doesn't understand why boys and girls can't get along and play with each other. It led to her rebelling against her parents one day because she didn't want to act like a girl. She hated being told that because she was a girl she had to act a certain way. Being a guy or a girl has certain societal expectations, but these concepts elude her because she doesn't understand why these norms even exist in the first place. This led to her being an outcast, but she found a valuable relationship with her friend, Shu. Shu saw her not as a girl, but as an equal.
Yes.
They have an unwritten rule to only refer to themselves as partners. He was also the only one to fully understand her view of life. When she pushed back against societal norms, Shu understood and accepted her for it. The two of them had then become best friends, and have been that way ever since. They play this game called Space Wars based on an old alien movie they saw. They pretend that they're soldiers in the space army, fighting against the Galactic Imperium. She notes that people have come and gone from the war, aka other kids have joined them, but most of the war has been fought by them. This relationship she has with Shu is invaluable to her because of how Shu and Hinako view each other. They never saw each other as the genders they were, just partners. Which is why the betrayal within the first ending hits especially hard. Shu comes from a long line of pharmacists. From old herbal remedies and creams to modern medicines, they've done it all, even including controlled substances in their treatments. Shu had been recently reading a book called Exotic Herbology.
Oh, I agree,
Vag. Mention of a Kakura Makakura. Supposedly, this was an ancient medicine said to let the user speak with their inner self. Shu had concocted this medicine and started dosing it to test its effects. He was having a full-blown, vivid conversation with another version of himself. This revelation made him decide to give the pills to Hinako. He believed that she could use this to decide on the marriage, as she was still struggling to make a decision. It's clear, though, that he did this with the intent of having her choose him. He notes how he thinks this marriage of hers is a farce, already taking a side on the matter despite this being about Hinako making her own choices. And the final line mentions how, with this, she will be able to see who really has her best interests at heart. But he realizes that what he's done is incredibly wrong. The drugs did not have the desired effect and ended up making Hinako spiral, leading to ending 1. On ending 2, he admits that this was stupid of him to do when he should have just been happy for his partner. Hinako ultimately forgives him, still seeing how much of a positive impact he's made on her life, which is why she can never find it in her heart to hate him. But it's clear that this choice will affect him, regardless of how much he wants to hide it. He clearly cares about Hinako, that part's obvious. But notes and dialogue from Rinko convey that he hasn't stopped thinking about her. The mention of Hinako being dead during the middle school chapter is a reference to this. Notes from Rinko also claim that Shu, even after Hinako went off to get married, still plays Space Wars all by himself.
Don, have yourself a good night, buddy.
There's no further continuation of these notes, however, so we'll never know if Shu ever got over her and moved on. But Shu isn't the only one who's manipulated or treated her poorly. Her friends Rinko and Sakuko are arguably just as bad. Sakuko's first and final line to Hinako in-game is calling her a traitor. Sakuko is incredibly spiritual. She says that a god visits her in her dreams and that there is a war between two gods over the followers being stolen. She also mentions that she can occasionally hear voices and singing in her head. Notes from the middle school also show us that she finds solace in the school's rabbits and talks to them quite frequently.
Yes.
This has led to her being seen as the weird one at school. Sakuko doesn't have any friends, but Hinako was able to see through this and accept her for who she was, leading her to becoming her first proper friend. However, Sakuko had made Hinako promise that they would do everything together, including having a boyfriend at the same time. No exceptions. So when Kotoyuki asked for her hand in marriage, Sakuko was pissed and felt that she was being abandoned by her friend, causing her to develop a deep resentment for her, which is why she always calls her a traitor.
But at the same time, it's also because Sakuko is quite literally batshit insane. Also, thank you, Sophia, and thank you, Vaj. But yeah, no, Sakuko is, like, I like the idea that they had with Sakuko, but the problem is that Sakuko just looks like a fucking psychopath. I like the idea, and maybe it's just because Sakuko was desperate and because, you know, the reasons that he said, she always was looked at as the weird one, and okay, fair enough, but it also doesn't help that they're further perpetuating that by Sakuko writing a letter and going, oh, hey, you know, we're going to be best friends forever and this, that, and the other thing, but I swear to God, if you do anything even once that's even remotely wrong, I'm going to slit your fucking throat. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't, it's, yeah, you're a little, you know what I mean?
Rinko, on the other hand, is incredibly jealous of Hinako for how easily she can cozy up to Shu. Hinako has essentially found herself in a love triangle, where Rinko loves Shu, Shu loves Hinako, while Hinako initially doesn't seem to care too much about relationships, although she does later admit that she is interested in him to an extent. Now mind you, Hinako has never actually cared that Rinko is interested in Shu, but she knows Shu best. That's why she said that if she isn't interested in rolling around in the mud and catching insects, she's not going to get very far with him. Rinko was raised traditionally, so she has lots of womanly hobbies and interests, like dolls, fashion, and clothes, so it's clear that it was never going to work out. It's led to her viewing Hinako with such hatred that she sees her as beneath her. In fact, Rinko has a massive superiority complex. She sees practically everyone as beneath her, that she's only being nice to them out of the kindness of her heart because they're so pathetic that they wouldn't be able to operate without her.
Also, just so you guys are aware, and it's not because I'm bored or anything with the video, long story short, last night my refrigerator stopped fridging. Okay, so I got a hold of the landlord and everything like that, and they were able to get another fridge over here. But in helping them out today, and this is what I'm doing, I ended up putting my slippers on to help them, you know, get the old fridge out and the new fridge in. And maybe you guys can see this on the camera, I don't know. But you see all those stupid tiny things on the bottom of my slipper? Yeah, those are those, like, barbed, like, pricker things. So I'm like, I'm trying to unembed them from my fucking slipper, because every time I go and I take them off, at least one or two slide off the bottom of the slipper, and then I end up like stepping on them and going, motherfucker. You know what I mean? So I'm just trying to unembed them from my slipper. Yeah, they're the... Hang on. Oh, fuck. Well, there goes one. I'll step on that later. Hang on, let me see if I can... Yeah, you see these little guys? I don't know what they're called, but yeah, they fucking suck.
This superiority complex is meant to mask her insecurities because she is incredibly jealous of Hinako. Despite being told numerous times, she always asks if both her and Shu are together. Even after all this time, she's still unconvinced and has started spreading rumors about her at school. The girl's attitudes are further elaborated on in some notes we find in-game. Sakuko talks about killing Hinako or cutting off her arms and legs. A few notes are from the girls asking the gods to kill her or take her away. One note of Sakuko's, though, seems to imply that an evil spirit had took over her when writing a diary entry. So this could be a literal evil spirit that is possessing the girls and making them out to be monsters to Hinako. This could very well even be the purpose behind the monster versions of them in the Dark Shrine world. Sakuko's monster is of a Miko, or Shrine Maiden, reflecting her admiration for the spiritual. She has a move where she uses a light when within the darkness, which you can put out if you attack her.
No. So there is sand that is in my front yard. It's like a mixture of dirt and grass. Just because it's not very hospitable land, I guess you could say. So yeah, I don't know whether they come from bushes or whatever, but yeah.
A reference to her fear of the dark. Rinko's monster is of a priest consumed by the fires of jealousy, who has puppets that she commands. In the same way that Rinko was jealous of Hinako's relationship with Shu, and how she always saw herself as above everyone else, thus treated those lower than her like puppets. There are a lot of ways to look at these fights. We could take the aforementioned interpretation and assume that the Dark Shrine world manifested some evil entity to kill Hinako. But you could also view it as a more bizarre showing of their final conversation. Sakuko mentions how she knows that Hinako doesn't want to be here, also urging her to stay with her, while Rinko and her hurtle insults at each other. The two are finally being honest about their feelings of the other, something Hinako mentions at the end of the fight, and Rinko mentions in a note found in-game. One could also say that these complex emotions, from the boss fights to the notes, symbolize the various emotions and often the intrusive thoughts people have. The reason I believe these to be intrusive is that they are not only next to notes that are more heartfelt and genuine, but by the end, both girls apologize. Silent Hill F is structured rather differently from the other Silent Hill games. I'll discuss this in the ending section a bit more, but not every ending is available to you right away. Certain endings can only be unlocked on specific New Game Plus cycles. As such, the narrative is almost progressing throughout the playthroughs. Both girls' final entries in their journals are reflections on their actions and how they feel horrible for how they treated her. These can only be found on New Game Plus Plus, after 2 or more endings have been completed. The earlier playthroughs showed us how much they hated her, but as we continue progressing into the game, we gained more insight into not just the main story, but the characters within it as well.
Okay, there we go.
That's why I think these entries were specifically placed this deep into the story. Sakuko recognizes that calling Hinako a traitor was a title born from jealousy. She saw Hinako as so much better than her, and didn't want to be left behind. So when the call came down about the marriage, she felt that Hinako was moving on without her. But these are the acts of a child, and she understands that now, that everyone goes at their own pace, and that just because she's not as far ahead in life as she wants to, doesn't mean she's failing. While Rinko realizes that instead of making a better friend, she made an enemy. Rinko likes Shu, but she never thought to ask Hinako about him. She was so jealous of their relationship together that she never realized that Hinako could have helped her learn what Shu likes.
Well, that was obvious, right? She didn't want any help. Rinko just quite literally just kept trying to be the girl that she thought Shu wanted by being as girly as possible versus just turning around and talking to Hinako about it.
Could impress him. We often think back on our lives and what we've done, especially those times when we made mistakes. The girls had likely done so when they left school and realized how poorly they treated her despite being considered her friends. But it seems as though Hinako, as kind as she is, understood and forgave them, for they appeared during her wedding and ending 1, although I shudder to think what happened because of that. And speaking of which, it's about time we talk about those endings.
Okay.
As mentioned earlier, Hinako is in conflict with the other side of her. It's the two sides of herself who are going back and forth in her head, trying to get their point across. Should she go along with the marriage or not? The endings, then, represent the decision she ultimately makes. Ending 1 is basically the nuclear option, where Hinako goes crazy thanks to the pills, and so, coupled with the inability...
You know what? I'll be honest, that's probably the best way to describe what ending 1 is. I love that he called it the nuclear option. That absolutely describes exactly what happened perfectly.
To make a decision, she panics and starts killing everyone. She clearly didn't want this life, but saw no way out thanks to society's expectations and standards. It's assumed then that she may have also killed her friends and family as well. Hideko also has a diary where she says that she wants to kill her family with her bare hands, just like the Shiromuku version of her did.
I do remember seeing that.
And Shadow Hinako in her room says that she would do exactly this. Speaking on that, the
Wait. So, when this was all going on, right? I have to go back. So, when this was all going on, Aelin literally yelled, "Run," and I'm like, no, fuck that, it's time for retribution. I was literally just slaughtering friends and family for the fuck of it. Holy shit.
That she wants to kill her family with her bare hands, just like the Shiromuku version of her did, and Shadow Hinako in her room says that she would do exactly this. Speaking on that, the point of no return starts the moment you enter the Shimizu household. By then you
were technically supposed to run, but you stood your... Oh, not only did I stand my ground, I fucking stomped them into oblivion.
Have already had your ending locked in.
And it didn't just stop with them. I literally made it a point once I realized how easy all of them were in her stupor to literally just keep shit-kicking every single one of them, literally going out of my way to find all the places they could be so that I could just keep curb stomping. Holy shit.
Game adds new puzzle solutions specific to these.
Now I kind of feel like a dick.
Endings, regardless of puzzle difficulty. Each one acts as a metaphor and foreshadowing of the ending soon to come. The puzzle to get to the altar in Ending 1 says that the blackbird takes the whitebird, while the whitebird attempts to resist, all while the fox is unaware of the conflict. Meaning Hinako's two halves are struggling to decide what to do.
Yeah, I finished the game.
He has no idea that his bride-to-be is even struggling. The same goes for the conversation with her shadow. One of the first things her shadow says is, quote, "It's weird not to have a grasp of yourself, to not understand your own feelings." Unlike the future endings, which are based on our decisions, Ending 1 must be done first.
It was good. I'm waiting until the end of this video to see exactly what I think, because this is the second video that we're watching, because it's explaining all the endings, because there's like 4 or 5 endings in total. And I'm just trying to kind of wrap my head around absolutely everything, because there's still there's a lot to it.
The game's lack of options in this first playthrough is symbolic of Hinako's unwillingness to come up with her own choice. Her own shadow tells her that she must fight to the death with her, that both sides of her mind must fight and decide. One must lose, one must win. That's what we see in Endings 2 and 3, where one side of her comes out on top. And why in Ending 4, the solution comes from laying down their arms and not fighting. But in Ending 1, no one technically wins, because Hinako keeps running away. She doesn't want to make a decision, so Shu used his drugs to help her come to one, to talk with herself, just like he was able to. He had hoped that this would make her see him as better than Kotoyuki, but it caused her to spiral and attack everyone. It's without a doubt an ending that takes place in a fictionalized setting. Hinako is not running through the streets of Ibisugaoka. She is at a shrine waiting to be wed and currently fleeing the scene after what she just did.
Yeah, this is where I just ran around and fucking murdered everyone.
Pretty much a
Holy
Silent
shit.
Hill, they look like monsters to you moment, except it's actually true. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that throughout the whole game, Hinako has been killing real people.
Yeah, this guy's just running past all of them. I literally took my time and had fun with them. Oof. God, what the fuck does that say about me?
But I do believe that in this moment, right here at the end, I think the fictional world that we've been playing in is masking the real world and what's really going on.
It's just bypassing everyone. I was fucking cranking back.
Every ending after this forbids the player from using the pills. If Hinako is going to decide what she wants to do, she's going to have to do it herself rather than run away and stay within the safety of the pills that mask her feelings.
I definitely ran, but also mostly because I was so over it at that point. I mean, that's fair. I was just wondering. Well, okay. The reason why I did it is because those three at the beginning, like after you deal with Rinko and after you fight the bride, those three were really easy, and I'm like, well, I mean, maybe I'm just kind of in the swing of it or whatever, right? And then there were a couple more that showed up and they got easier, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Hang on. They're easier. Ooh, I get to have some fun. So that's what I did.
She must confront herself, her feelings, and her needs if she is to have any chance of making a decision. She even says so herself in her own journal. I have to step up and face what's inside me, even if I don't like what I see.
No, I'm really worried.
Junko says that Shimizu Hinako no longer exists.
Well, I mean, okay, but to be fair, if you're looking at it from my point of view and you've been like stumbling and struggling through the entire game and just like you're hitting the crap out of things and nothing's dying, and finally at the end of the game everything just gets infinitely easier and they're all monsters, wouldn't you want a little bit of retribution too? I mean, that's how I thought of it. I didn't pick up on the fact like, oh, it's an entire fucking wedding party I'm massacring because it's fun. Like, I was not thinking that even remotely.
And that the younger her is gone, and that it's just Hinako now. Further saying that the longer she exists, the more Hinako suffers, aka the more doubts that exist, the worse it gets, and this version does not want to get married, and thus creates more conflict within her. This Hinako sees Fox Hinako as the enemy, the one who took her parents and friends away. That's why Fox Hinako corrects her by saying that she didn't, as they're still alive, and she could see them again, just not like when they were kids. Like Junko, Hinako will be a part of a new family, and her old life as a child will be gone.
It's so
she might
funny.
still be able to see her parents and friends, but they will have moved on and continued living their lives.
Jesus.
It won't be like it's back in middle school anymore. What ends the conflict is an item picked up for this ending, the Agura no Hote Sama. It said that the potion can rid evil spirits, but if the user harbors guilt within them, it will also take them with it. Taken literally, this is another continued mention of the game's mythology and religions. Metaphorically, I could see it as her ridding herself of her previous doubts, her other self, as she ultimately decides to marry Koto Yuki, but it's Shu who would be the one to object to it. But even he is sensing an internal struggle within himself, because he knows that he should be happy for his friend for getting married. So Hinako decides to talk it out with him. Even though he wanted to stop things, she could never hate him. They've been friends since they were kids, and he was the only one willing to accept her for who she was. During the boss fight, she says that they will fight this alien together as partners, a reference to their days of space wars. That's why the dialogue throughout this fight is of them reminiscing on the good old days. Shu wanted to stay in the past, but he realizes that Hinako needs to grow up, spread those wings of hers, and being married is part of that. So in reality, the ending is likely them talking about Hinako and her future. The two of them are thinking of the past, talking about their issues, before Shu decides that Hinako is right, and that this is her decision to make, and that he should be happy that his friend found happiness. It's why the boss fight ends how it begins, with him standing there. They were talking it out together. The reason why this isn't considered a good ending is because she realizes that in doing this, she'll end up just like her mother, something she clearly doesn't want. Her face being removed like before represents her loss of identity, and the fact that it gets left behind when she walks away and is later stepped on implies that these thoughts will eventually be silenced. Like her mother, she will be complacent, stuck in the marriage, and due to society, will be unable to return home as it's considered shameful. This is her new life, and it's an outcome she does not desire. On the other hand, ending 3 isn't good either. Most of the content leading up to this ending is about Hinako and Shu. She recalls the times they played Space Wars together, and the talks they had when Shu learned about her being married off. He tells her though that it's her decision, but just make sure not to rush things, as she has a habit of rushing through decisions. Her shadow asks if something is wrong with her. She claims to be feeling love, but she isn't exactly sure what that's supposed to feel like. Hinako says that it's very likely that the feelings she has for Koto Yuki are not the same feelings she has for Shu. Upon hearing this, she asks Hinako to kill her, once again meaning kill the idea, the doubt, but in this case it's the opposite. Rather than killing the doubt of declining the marriage, it's the doubt of accepting it. It's just as the doll says, Shimizu Hinako will live, while she, Fox Hinako, will die. Junko understands her position, saying that something like this is always going to be terrifying, in reference to the marriage. But Hinako corrects her by saying that it's not about whether she can or can't do the marriage, it's about whether she wants to in the first place. She should be able to choose her partner herself. Junko and Fox Hinako tell her, though, that it's too late for her to say this, while Hinako once again corrects them by saying that there is no right or wrong time. Kotoyuki can't accept this, though, and so they fight. Once again, taken literally, this is his Fox heritage coming through, as he is attempting to force her to wed him, even saying that he tried to abide by the rules of human courtship, but he no longer can if it means losing his bride.
Okay.
Metaphorically, Kotoyuki and Hinako are talking about their differences. The redness of the fox begins to melt away, revealing the orange fur, with Kotoyuki himself appearing every so often, showing us that she is eventually getting through to him. By the end, he calms down a real...
So it's definitely the metaphor of, you're the one that I'm supposed to marry, but you're also a woman. I'm a man. Makes sense.
Realizes that she was right. He loved Hinako since they were kids, and tried to be the best at school to provide her with a better life. He assumed his status, reputation, and wealth would swoon her, but Hinako cares very little for that. She cares about love and wants to make her own decisions. Back at the shrine, Kotoyuki says that he can handle things on his own. Again, literally this means confronting the fox that possessed him to tell him that he failed. Looking at it from another perspective, I think it's his grandfather who would be upset that Kotoyuki let himself get stood up at the wedding, leaving him without a wife despite being the leader of the Tsuneki clan. He would likely be shamed for this, but he knows that this is right, and that Hinako's happiness is more important, even if that means he's no longer a part of it. But this too is not a good ending. This is certainly one of the happier endings within the game. I do not consider it to be the best one though, as the final ending is the only one without some negative consequence or twist reveal. It's better than the others because she got to speak her true feelings and leave the wedding. But it doesn't comment on Shu and his pills, and most importantly, I don't believe it lets her grow up. One of the reasons she goes with Kotoyuki in ending 2 is because he would be able to give her a future. Being with Shu is like staying in the past. The two of them would likely just go back to playing Space Wars again. But Hinako needs to grow up. She needs to spread those wings of hers, and I do not believe that staying with Shu is the right answer for that. The geysers, though, I think, other than the literal interpretation, represent her mind. In ending 4, the town is described as quiet, which I take it to mean that her mind is at peace and full of clarity. This would then mean that she is basically running away from the town, running away from her future, thus it is destroyed, as she will likely continue to stay the same without room for growth. At least that's how I saw it, although I admit I'm not fully confident in that interpretation myself.
I mean, to be fair, though, that's not a terrible representation of what's going on in this ending. Because I'm still not entirely sold on the Shinto aspect and the Kami aspect and like all of that stuff. I'm not... There's something about it, and I don't know what it is, but I'm still not entirely sold on that whole thing. I get the Dark Shrine aspect completely. I get the Fox Mask aspect completely. But this whole Water Dragon and Inari and like all of the... That one, I just, for whatever reason, it's hard to wrap my head around.
But it's through these endings that the path of clarity can be revealed. In completing the true ending, Hinako realizes that she doesn't need to fight with herself. Back at her house, she talks to her mom and dad. You'll recall that she has a very jaded view of her family because of her childhood, but these talks change that a bit. She thought that her mom just took her father's punishments and never stood up for herself, but that's not true. There was actually an argument that they had where her father apologized. Hinako's dad believed that a father should strike fear into his children, as he was the head of the house, and thus made the rules. But he knows that this was wrong, so he apologizes. He made Hinako fear men, and fear what they do to women, which is why her father reassures her that Shu and Kotoyuki are great guys who care for her, a sentiment reinforced by the second ending. But ultimately, it's her choice whether to get married or not, and to whom. Hinako hated her parents, hated her mom for being weak and putting up with her husband's abuse, and her father for being abusive and treating them all terribly, but both apologized for causing harm or worrying her. She finally got the closure she needed, and she no longer sees her parents as these hateful creatures. That's why during the boss fight against them, she tells the corruption to stop ruining her view of them, as she knows who they truly are now, whereas in the other endings, this was never said. Further, a talk with Junko reaffirms her stance that what she values most in life is choice. She may make the wrong decisions, but she would rather make a bad choice herself than a correct one made by someone else. It's rather telling that a unique collectible in this location is a blank canvas for an art project. The first stroke has yet to be made, but the possibilities are endless. It's up to her to decide what to paint, same as she decides what to do with her life. That's why when the two Hinekos confront each other one more time, they agree to stop fighting. Both of them don't understand why they have to fight, why one has to win while the other has to lose. This is when we get the lore drop of both Hinekos being pawns in a fight between two gods. This part, about the gods, Inari killing people who disrespect his shrines, it's certainly the strangest part of the game for sure.
Yeah.
And part of the reason I was even questioning if any of these metaphors were even real. But then right after this fight, Tsukumo Gami is never seen again, and the nine-tailed fox is described as drunk. Kotoyuki says that he hasn't had this much to drink since his last wedding, so he's a bit rowdy. A pretty odd thing to say about a god that can possess you, right? This leads me to believe that this is one of Kotoyuki's family members upset at the outcome of the marriage. Tsukumo Gami is also possessed by the doll this time and not Shu. I haven't exactly talked about the doll in this video yet.
Nope.
It's appeared at almost every turn, guiding Hineko throughout the game. It is vehemently against Kotoyuki, and will even appear in the fog world to help the other Hineko.
I always took the doll as what she looked at as her childhood. When things were simpler and so on and all that stuff. I always, well, almost like her subconscious, right? That's what I took it as.
The journal notes that the Tsukumo Gami is designed to be a statue of Ashura. Ashura is of Buddhist mythology. If anyone with more knowledge on the subject can fill in the blanks, that'd be great. But to my understanding, the face of Ashura represents complex human emotions. So, maybe this fight, as dumb as this is going to come off as, is actually a fight between Hineko and society. That the fox may represent her future life as someone else's wife, or just society's expectations for women in this era.
Okay.
While the doll represents her childlike innocence, which she must move on from because she is meant to spread her wings and make her own decisions.
Okay, so it sounds like we're kind of all on the same page with the doll.
It could also be an attempt to show her moving on and growing as a person by herself.
Also, what the fuck? I want a katana.
In order to get this ending, she must remove the brooch and purify the sacred sword. When you finish all the Jizo shrines, it almost seems like a godlike entity talks through her in order to get her to the sword. Both Tsukumo Gami and Inari are likely watching over her through these items, so by relinquishing them, she shows that she no longer needs their assistance and can handle this herself. It's clear that she thinks about the world differently than most. She has blurred the lines of gender and what girls and boys are meant to do, and in a society that often accepts its roles that have been laid out, Hineko is choosing to make her own, one that defines her and her alone.
Oh, that
That's
sucks.
why she's so particular about choices, and why she should get to choose even if it's the wrong choice. Because that agency and autonomy are valuable to her, but she lives in a world not defined by that yet. She even gets Kotoyuki to understand his side of it too. Hineko never desired any of his wealth or status. All she wanted was a choice. Kotoyuki says it himself, that they both want to know if their love is real, and not some spell. While there is a literal interpretation here with the god's possession and all, a metaphorical look gives us another answer, that the spell that's taken hold is the arrangement. The two of them believe there to be a spark, but is it real love, or is it just the arrangement getting in the way? That's why the two leave with the intent of coming back to answer that question. Kotoyuki never got the childhood he wanted, so he's living out his inner childhood fantasies, allowing himself to be a kid again. While Hineko will choose how to lead her own life, and think about Kotoyuki and whether that spark was real. Both of them will decide of their own volition to tie the knot. But if it wasn't meant to be, at least they got to come to that conclusion on their own and made the choice themselves.
Okay.
This could explain why there is no secret twist at the end like the previous endings, and why Ibisugaoka is quiet. The corruption is gone, and her mind, while previously noisy and full of doubt and worry, for the first time is quiet and clear. This order of the endings, just like the notes, also makes me wonder if the narrative was designed this way on purpose. Ending 1 is the only ending able to be achieved on your first run-through. Endings 2 and 3 are accessible after the first is complete, and Ending 4 is unlocked after 2 or more endings are complete. Notice how the endings themselves seem to be building up to their own conclusion. Ending 1 is the basic option, that left her unable to question herself. When talking with her shadow, she sounds confused, as anyone would in this situation.
Well, yeah.
She has no idea what's going on, no idea who this shadow is or what it wants. In the same way that the player has just been going through the motions. We're just as clueless as she is. That's why it urges
Ain't
her to
that the
think.
truth?
Think
Holy
about what's
shit.
really going on. The fact that she has a wedding to attend to, and that soon she'll be married off. Neither the player nor Hinako knows that, so both are left confused. Later, once the ending is revealed and we have time to digest it and look at the facts, such as the true identity of the Shiromuku, we can see things with a bit more clarity. New Game Plus gives us that time to think things over, look at the narrative from a different perspective. Hideko similarly has more time to think about what she wants to do, but it ultimately ends in a either-or decision. Ending 4, though, after 2 full playthroughs, gives the player and Hinako the clarity they need, as they've had more time to think. Hell, one could say that the endings themselves were able to convince her of her true desires. Maybe during that long period of thought, she thought about what would happen if she did go through with it versus not.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. So she does the first ending, she does the nuclear option. The second ending is her fighting back because, again, only one can win. The third ending would be the opposite of that, right? And I could easily see going through this again and again and going, okay, we got the nuclear option, but what happens if she just wins? Okay, well, there's your second ending. And when you get to the second ending, going, okay, but what happens if Fox Hinako wins, right? And then after getting that ending, realizing, okay, well, so far, none of those 3 are good. And then you get to the fourth ending. I could see that working that way, sure.
These endings are what Hinako thought of when weighing the pros and cons, and that's why they are undesirable to her, as they don't lead to a happy outcome for her.
Yeah.
When talking with Junko in the final chapter, she asks if it's gone, only for her to ask in a repeat playthrough if it's still alive. She was talking about her doubts, her fears of going through with this. Junko will further say that regrets are not resolved quickly, which is why Hinako was given more time. She was given more time to make her decision, aka we were given another playthrough to make another decision and get another ending. Her dialogue is the same for both endings 2, 3, and 4, because Hinako is still weighing the options. To kill one side of her so that the other can win, or seeing if both sides can come together. That's why I believe that the narrative is structured this way. Previous Silent Hill games, and even most games in general, are portrayed as a one-time excursion, where we choose something at the end. Repeat playthroughs give us different perspectives, but it's still the character's first time through. We're just metagaming in a sense because we know what's going to happen.
True.
I think Silent Hill F intends for each playthrough and each ending to be a continuation. Not that a different playthrough replaces the previous one, but that every playthrough is sequential. Each ending, then, isn't the ending of a story per se, but rather the end of an act, with each one giving us more and more answers until we finally conclude.
Okay.
That, I believe, is the true ending, and the real story behind Silent Hill F. Thank you all for watching today, and I hope you enjoyed it.
Okay. You know what? Fair enough. And hang on, let me give you the link to this. And you know what? I'm gonna not only like, but I'm gonna subscribe, and I highly suggest that you guys do as well, because I think this was actually like really well done. I may not necessarily agree with absolutely everything, and kind of have my own interpretations as far as stuff. In a couple of spots, but I think generally speaking, overall, that actually was really, really decent. And really, really well done. And yeah, this is maybe the most comprehensive video I've seen so far. No shit. Okay. Yeah, I'd definitely go like the video and subscribe. I'd like to see what else they've done, for sure. Now, having gone through all of this, right, both this video and the previous one, the one thing that I will say in terms of what I thought personally of the game is, so I feel like okay, this is going to sound really, really, really weird, but this feels like almost like a Japanese interpretation of Twin Peaks. Not in the same sense in terms of like the actual content that's being presented, but in the way the content is being presented. So there's a lot of stuff going on all at the same time. We're trying to figure out everything that's happening. And even when we do get a conclusion, the conclusion itself is ambiguous enough to allow us to have our own interpretations as to what exactly is going on in some aspects, right? Obviously, the story has to end, so there needs to be some clear, definitive ending in terms of the story itself, but there's still enough there to sit there and go, okay, but what does this represent? What does this mean? How is this translating over into that? And so on. And that's what Twin Peaks does, and it does it very, very well. This game, on the other hand, and I'm not saying that they don't do it very well, but I think I think the thing with Silent Hill F is that it's not presented in a way where it advertises itself as something that you have to play through multiple times in order to actually get the entire story. Now, obviously, it did go around, and they were stating, oh, yeah, there's going to be like 4 or 5 endings. And okay, fine. But just because there are 4 or 5 endings that also doesn't mean that we have to do those endings in order to get the entire story. The canon ending, sure. Because, I mean, shit, they've been doing that in Silent Hill for literally since Silent Hill 1, I believe. But there's nothing stating, well, in order to get the entire story, you need to play it again and again and again, right? I think calling it an ending is what gives it a disservice. Yeah. And here's the thing. I think if there were a couple of things here and there that were maybe a bit more direct in terms of what they were trying to bring forth, I think it probably would have been a little bit easier to absorb. And it would definitely welcome somebody to, unless you're unless you're somebody who's a massive Silent Hill fan and you really like the story so far and there's more in there and you're going to do multiple playthroughs regardless. Unless you're somebody like that, I don't think it lends itself very well to going, okay, but this is only part of the story. In order to get the rest of it, you need to play this again and again. You know what I mean? Coupled with the general consensus that the combat is a little dookie water is swaying people not to see the full story. Yeah. So I understand what they're trying to do maybe with the combat itself, but I think what they're trying to do, and this might sound a little weird because of the way that you use items and the way that the combat works, especially when it comes to the counter strikes and especially when it comes to being able to hit a certain amount of times and they stagger and so on. I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to bridge the gap in places where there was really no gap, but they're trying to do something different. So it's almost like a really slow Souls-like combat, but with somebody who at literally any given point up until the end feels completely helpless. That doesn't really tend to make somebody want to go through the entire thing again. You know what I mean? It felt like they were trying to modernize a combat in a game that it doesn't make sense to modernize. Well, okay, here's an example, right? Silent Hill 2 Remake. I actually think they did really, really decent because they left in the sense that here is a guy. He's not a soldier. He's not an assassin. He's not somebody who was in the military. He's not a cop, right? He's not an MMA fighter. He's not a hitman. He's not in the mob. He's just a guy. He's a regular guy who misses his wife, and he's put in a series of very, very frightening and terrifying and personal circumstances, and he's doing the best he has with what he's got. And I think that translated over actually fairly well for the Silent Hill 2 remake. And I think if they used that combat system compared to what we ended up with in Silent Hill F, it probably would have translated over a little bit better. That's just me. Now, having said that, for what the system is and the things that they really want you to lean on, it wasn't bad. But compared to even what Silent Hill 2 Remake does, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. All in all, though, I think because of what they're trying to do, and because this is a new take on the Silent Hill franchise, and because they are trying to bring in new themes, even if I don't necessarily grasp all of them, I do have to applaud the game for what it is. So I would say I wouldn't go any lower than an 8.5. Personally. And the only reason why I say that is because there is a lot to love. The game is gorgeous. The music is phenomenal. The voice acting is absolutely amazing. The animations of all the characters are really well done. The cinematics are really, really chilling. The overall feeling, the ambiance, like everything about it is gorgeous and beautiful and gives you this massive, like this total feeling of exactly what they want you to feel, right? Even watching something like this, where somebody's already gone through and done all of the endings, the game is definitely something that is compelling when you spell it all out like this video did, for sure. I have to applaud the game for all of that, but I think where it kind of drops off for me, and this is why it's not a 9, and this is why it's not a 9.5, and in my opinion, it's really, it's damn near impossible to get a 10 out of 10. But I think where it fails, at least to an extent, is in two spots specifically. One is the thing that you're going to be doing most of the time, which is the combat. Two is the fact that at no point, at least from what I've seen, and I could be wrong, but at no point when I was seeing any sort of promotion for this was I told, this is a game that not only has multiple endings, but in order to actually get the entire story, you have to play through it multiple times, because they not only change cutscenes, but there's also different items that you find and different clues and so on and so forth. And that kind of takes away from basically telling the person what they're in for if they want the full experience. And for those 2 points, I have to bring it down to an 8.5. Other than that, I think the game was absolutely fantastic. And that I can tell you this right now, that look that Rinko gave Hinako when they were walking down the stairs before she pushed her is easily one of the more, if not the most chilling look I have ever seen in a horror game from a regular person. Like, you knew right away, uh-oh. You know what I mean? Like, at first you just went, oh, well, you know, it's kind of this, you know, kid thing. She's so fucking in love with Shu and like all this other shit, right? And then as soon as Hinako starts walking down the stairs and Rinko looks at her from behind, literally all the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. And I like, there were alarms going off in my fucking head. And I'm sitting there going, oh no. oh shit, you know what I mean? Like, it was that. If this game is the barometer for the Silent Hill series going forward, I'm definitely back in for it. I agree. I completely agree. I don't think they got everything right, and to be fair, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think they tried some things. Some of those things didn't really work out as well as maybe they wanted them to in terms of actual presentation when it was time to show, for people to play the game. But I kind of feel like that's something a lot of the time that we also don't get, right? This game, probably more so than others, if I'm being honest, in terms of Konami, the good and excellent outweigh the bad for sure. Absolutely. I think in terms of this game for Konami, this one, after Silent Hill 2 Remake and after Metal Gear Solid Delta, this one is the biggest risk. For sure. And I know that we have the Silent Hill Ascension bullshit, but sorry, anybody who thinks that J.J. fucking Abrams could write himself out of a piss-soaked paper bag is gravely mistaken. As soon as I found out that they were partnered with J.J. Abrams, I was like, oh, this is gonna fucking suck a fat bag of dicks. So I already knew it was going to fail. Totally 100% knew it was going to be an absolute fucking dumpster fire, and that's exactly what it turned out to be. But the biggest risk, actual like 100% risk, after Silent Hill 2 and Metal Gear Solid Delta was this game. Right? And I think they did a pretty damn good job. Don't hold back, Shadow. Tell us how you really feel about J.J. Abrams. Okay, he killed Star Trek, he killed Star Wars, and he almost killed Silent Hill. Also, he's really good at killing literally everything he touches and or creates. Just that simple. And most of the time... Here, hang on. I'll bring up a picture. Most of the time, he doesn't look like the slick back hair guy. He literally looks like the guy from fucking Beakman's World. I'm not even kidding. Hang on. See what I mean? He literally looks like the guy from fucking Beakman's World. Would you trust a guy who looks like Beakman? Fuck that. I do hope they get to do a mainline game soon, too. Not a remake, a new game. Yeah, you broke me. Yeah, so, well, and here's the thing. I really like that they kind of, with Silent Hill F, I really feel like this had the makings for everything that would make a mainline game fantastic. And I'm really, really hoping that this was the test bed. And because, like you said, if this is a barometer for the Silent Hill series going forward, like you, I'm definitely in. For sure. I'm absolutely in. Now, I do know that they are doing a remake for the original Silent Hill, for Silent Hill 1, so it'll be interesting to see what they do with that, but I'm hoping it's more in line with the Silent Hill 2 remake, only because I think the way that they did the Silent Hill 2 remake really did the story and the characters a lot of credit. But I sincerely hope that Silent Hill F is definitely the test bench for things to see, okay, does this work? Does this not work? And so on. And they take everything that works, and then everything that doesn't work, either they try and revamp it and try again with it, or they just toss it out and keep all the stuff that works and then make new stuff from there. This game and the remakes aren't the same dev team, so I hope they keep them separate that way. Well, I mean, from what I understand, is that they're not denying the existence of the originals. But what they are doing is they're allowing others to modernize the story, and to allow it to be something that newer generations can appreciate even when the original dev team is gone. So it's not necessarily that Silent Hill 2 is canon, or Silent Hill 2 remake rather, and that it's replacing the original Silent Hill 2, but instead it's a love letter to Silent Hill 2. Which I don't necessarily think is a bad thing. I don't think that's a bad thing at all. Plus, I mean, let's be fair. I don't know. Hang on. Where is everyone from Team Silent? Directed the first Silent Hill and later founded Japan Studio, where he created the Siren series. Okay, so he can't come back. Was a series sound director and producer and has continued to work on various projects, including Let It Die. Okay, he may come. Akira Yamaoka may come back, and I believe did for the Silent Hill 2 remake. Masashi Tsubayama directed Silent Hill 2 and later joined Good Feel, so Masashi may not come back. Murakoshi directed Silent Hill 4, later worked at Tango Gameworks on games like The Evil Within 2 and Ghostwire Tokyo. Chances are probably won't come back. CGI director for the first two Silent Hill games who moved to Nintendo, more than likely won't come back. Was a scenario writer for Silent Hill 2 and 3 and was last reported to be at Konami. Okay, that's a good sign. And then Masahiro Ito, the art director for Silent Hill 2 and 3, and has continued to work as a freelancer on projects like Nightcry. So out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, there are 4 of them that more than likely won't come back. Right? So, yeah. It's tough. But it's good to know that at least you've got still some of them that can work in conjunction with and work alongside and consult and everything else for new Silent Hill games going forward. So that's not terrible. That's definitely not terrible. Masahiro Ito has also stated, I think, that he was consulted multiple times. Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if he was. I wouldn't be surprised at all. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I really don't think it's a bad thing. But, again, you've got half that, you know, they're doing other things, and there's nothing wrong with that. So, yeah, you know, I mean, you got half a Team Silent, and they're still there, and they're still kicking, and they're still doing their thing, and helping people out, and that's cool. And to be fair, I actually think it's even cooler because now you have old school teaching new school, right? As to how to recreate lightning in a bottle, which I think is really, really, really important, because I feel like if you just had a brand new team make Silent Hill F, and they didn't, again, I'm translating this over into Western writers, because I'm going to be honest, Western writers typically nowadays suck. But if you had people like James Cameron, or George Lucas, or Steven Spielberg, or Francis Ford Coppola, or, you know, like any of these other, like, really, really big name Western directors, or anybody else who was, you know, old school and was doing stuff, and they were in their 40s or hell even 50s in the 1980s, stuff like that, but they were teaching a new generation how to write, how to direct, how to do lighting, how to do, you know, choreography, how to do cinematography, and like all this stuff. I think we'd have a lot better stuff on television and in movies now. But instead, we just have crap. So I like the idea that you have, especially in Japan, you have the old school consulting at the very least and possibly teaching the new school. You know what I mean? I think that's really, really well done. I gotta go. Y'all have a good night, morning, evening, afternoon. Y'all take care and stay safe. Sophia, have yourself a good night. Always love and appreciate you being here, and I'm glad you were able to see the end of it. Oh, and by the way, before you leave, quick thing. So tomorrow, oh my God, why does that keep coming up? Tomorrow, we are going to be switching gears a little bit, just a little bit. We are still going to be doing spoopy stuff. Absolutely, we're doing spoopy stuff, and there's nothing wrong with that. However, we're going to be going from AAA, and now we're going to be going to something that is a little bit more indie, and that is Autopsy Simulator, which should be a lot of fun. I played Mortuary Assistant last year, and it was really, really, really well done. Okay, but this is the trailer for Autopsy Simulator.
20th, 1991. The autopsy is conducted by Jack Hanman. During the interrogation, a friend of the deceased admitted there was no indication of an impending tragedy. The body was found naked and mutilated. Sounds disturbing. I'll run the prints against the police database on the computer. The question now is whether it was an accident or a deliberate act. The police information appears correct. In the end, we're all just walking meat. Severe burns, there are bruises and hemorrhages on her neck. Tissue, lacerations, numerous blisters. As if someone was undecided. Why do people do such things? Now we say goodbye to the deceased and put them safely in the fridge.
So that's what we're playing.
Has a story to tell.
This is what we're playing later on today. That's exactly what we're playing later on today. So yeah. Ew. Hey, Mortuary Assistant was really, really good. This is labeled as horror. It says it's mixed, and I don't know why. These are recent reviews. Game started out strong, very intrigued by the differences. Okay, great. Hints would ease off, leaving us to our own devices to determine cause of death. Nope. Would follow an extremely hand-holdy game that gave no freedom. Okay. The horror aspect early game did this very well. Well, honestly, fuck it. I'm interested in trying it, so we'll see how it goes. But yeah, that's what we're going to be doing tomorrow. And then after we finish Autopsy Simulator, then we are going to do Chronos, The New Dawn, which I've also really, really, really been looking forward to. That one should be really, really interesting. After Chronos, The New Dawn, like I said before, I'm going to take the itch.io stuff, and I'm also going to take the rest of the Steam demos, and it may end up being like a 1 or 2 stream thing, but we're going to go through that stuff because I love doing the indie stuff, and I also really want to get through the rest of those demos as well. And then after that, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. So, there you have it. But what I'm going to do now is I am absolutely going to call it. And I had a lot of fun with Silent Hill F. That just gave me a chill. Hell yeah. But yeah, I'm going to call it there. And I had a lot of fun with Silent Hill F. It was really, really, really good. I had a blast with it. We had Gina coming in with a raid. Thank you so much, Gina. I really, really, really appreciate that. You're welcome, Vag, and thank you for hanging out, and thank you everybody for hanging out, and thank you everybody for watching. We had Vag, we had Sophia, Spectre was here, we had Bloop, we had Pixel Pixie, we had Dawn, we had Corgi, we had Aelin. We had a bunch of awesome people tonight. We really, really did. So yeah, we'll go through Autopsy Simulator tomorrow. It may only be 4 or 5 hours, but that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. And then we'll be starting Chronos after that. And then, yeah, we'll keep going. So thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Really, really appreciate you guys. I will be back later on today, but until I see you all then, have yourselves a great day, great night, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another, stay safe, stay frosty, and of course, the #1 golden rule around here, try to remember some of the basics of CQC.